Good evening, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? Once again, Happy New Year before, well, we are in the new year. My bad. We are in the new year right now. But still, Happy New Year for those that I didn't get to list, to say Happy New Year to. Uh, for those that tune in on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and follow my show TikToks under HCS Agnell 5. Tonight is Spiritual Encrypted Encounters Open Mic Night, and I'm your host, HCS. How you doing, brother Dick Richards? It's Open Mic Night, brother. If you want to jump on, I'll drop a link. You're more than welcome here, brother. Uh, Give us some of your wisdom and knowledge about. I think you said that sometimes it don't work. Um, it worked for my sister, uh, and normally it will kick her out, but it worked for my sister. So maybe it might work for you. I don't know. But I will drop a link here right off the bat. I'll drop a link to whoever wants to jump on, share some experiences, wisdom, and knowledge to the viewers of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Anybody's welcome here. Here we go. There's a link right there, and I'm going to pin it up on top. And let me do something real quick here. I'm going to share this live feed to the groups that allow me to share on Facebook. Let me share. Oh, there you go. Let me see. How you doing, brother?
Hey Abe, how you doing? Sitting under
How
the
you
red
doing,
light
brother?
here.
I can hear you, brother. I can
Happy
hear
New
you.
Year to you, brother.
Happy New Year to you too, brother.
Yeah, see, this is what happens every time. I can't hear you guys when I'm in here. I don't know what's going on with that or why it does that.
Oh wow. Yeah, because I can hear you perfectly, man. Um, that's crazy. Because we can hear you. The more the viewers can hear you because you sound loud and clear. But man, you can share a story or something with the viewers. They can hear you, and we can go off by the chat if you want to. Let me share out this real quick, brothers and sisters. Okay. How about there, brother?
Hey guys. Well, as far as a story, um, oh, you know what? I'll tell you what happened to me a couple of weeks ago when I just moved to a new place, which was about, it's like the next town from the place I was living there in November. I moved to November 1st. And since I've moved here, I myself, while just going for a walk at night, because I'm right on the beach, I saw a UFO the other night. It was
Oh
about
wow.
a month ago, I guess now, probably the end of November, early December,
It
and
was
over the
in
water,
the ocean.
um, it was so it streaked across the sky, and it looked like it was like a bright orangey color or yellow color, and it streaked across the sky, and I could see it between the houses and between the trees, and then it vanished. But as it was coming, like would have been like if it had followed its trail to over here, it flashed, and then the whole side of the whole one side of the water actually flashed a bright yellow color. So I come home and I tell my the guy who lives upstairs who owns the house, start telling him about it. And he said, "Oh yeah," he goes, "I saw something the other night in the woods across the road." He said it looked like the same sort of thing. It was this weird yellow light and it came flying around, and he thought it was like a UFO craft as well. Then he tells me again he's seen it a second time about 2 weeks ago, and he said it looked like it had actually landed. So a couple of years, like about 6 months ago, him and I were talking, and he started telling me about this light that he had seen out. So we live in like a bay kind of area. It's called Georgian Bay, and so it comes around, and we're about here, and then sort of circles around again. And off a place called Collingwood, there's a point out there. And I had seen this when I was at the last place I was living. Anytime I would walk down, especially in the summer, you could see it all summer long, where it was like a little orange light, and it would come off right off the water from the point, and it'd go up and then come right back down again. And then within a minute or two later, it'd go up and come back down again. Another minute or two later, same thing. And you could point it out to people, and they said that people stand there and watch it with you, right? He told me he had been seeing that for years. He's lived up in this area for 25, 30 years. And he told me that he's been seeing this light do that exact same thing for years and years and years now. So another thing that happened, and I think it was the summer of 2023, I was out for a walk again, doing the beach walk, and out on the water, there was this it was this weird light. Like I thought it was like a rescue boat or something like that. And it looked like it was dropping. It looked like it would have been like what there would be like a rescue boat dropping flares, but they weren't flares. It was these weird, same sort of thing where it was this strange yellow light that was coming down out of the sky. And I thought for the longest time it was like a helicopter dropping like rescue flares down. But turns out it wasn't. There was nothing about a rescue out there when you looked at the news, and when you looked at like the local reports and stuff like that for the next few weeks. There was nothing about them trying to rescue anybody out there. Nothing about the military running drills. And a lot of people had seen this. Like when I was out there, there's probably 20 or 30 people out there like actually filming it and stuff like that. And it went on for hours, man. I sat
Wow.
down there with these two just random kids, like 17, 18-year-old, this guy and his girlfriend. We watched that thing for like 2 hours. And it was weird. It was like something that you couldn't see in the clouds was going back and forth and dropping these lights down into the water, dropping these weird yellow lights down into the water. It was the strangest thing ever. I've never actually I don't think I told that on PRT yet. I
Yeah,
forgot
that's
about all that. And
well.
I don't know, man. It's getting really weird because there's a lot of stuff that people are seeing flying in and out of the water. A lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
man.
And
I've
this
been seeing
piece
that.
of like this place that we're at, like people, I've seen several in like the local sort of articles where people are like, did you see that thing flying out of the water last night? Did you see the light coming out of the water last night? So I don't know, man. I think the veil's getting a lot thinner. I really do think the veil's getting a
Yeah.
lot thinner, bro. I mean, you know
Well,
it yourself. All the pictures you get, bro. These things are living side by side with us, dude. The veil's paper
right,
thin right now.
right there by us, man, like showing themselves like close,
Yeah.
like I feel like what happened to me and my brother, that it was like we had eaten breakfast, and as we were pulling out of the diner, freaking, I seen that demon with the horns on his freaking hood looking at me, was smiling at me. So I said, I typed by rebuking Jesus Christ's name. My brother, uh, he lost like all his family members within a matter of like 7, 8 months. He lost his wife, his stepson, and his daughter. And this demon was right there on his hood, and he's been going through things because he's been hearing things and seeing things. So when I seen the demon or gargoyle, whatever it was, it had wings. I said, "I type and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ," and it disappeared. You know. And my brother's like, "Man, I was wondering why you said that, but I was actually seeing it on his freaking hood." You know. But we'll just go like that. I'll give you the platform, so now you can say, I know if you're listening with your I don't know if you're listening or what, but yeah, it's lifting, man. And those lights that you're saying, I believe you because I've seen them. I've seen them. Where I come from, the ocean is like maybe 30 minutes away. We used to go fishing, and I used to see all kinds of things out there. And being in the military, I've seen this identify flying objects in the air, doing figure eights, freaking changing different lights, different colors of lights going off, and they're moving so fast, and then they go out into the stratosphere, But yeah, I believe you, brother Dick Richards. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You probably might have hit a wrong button, but you're more than welcome to jump on. Let me drop a link again. Yeah, but I believe you of those lights that you're witnessing, because I've seen them, man. I've seen them. I've trained in all terrains. Being in the military, land near the ocean, like up in the mountain areas. Yeah, I've seen some weird stuff out there like that, dealing with lights. And on Fort Hood is the largest uh, army base in the world. Fort Hood, like for the military. And there's all kinds of freaking activity there. When it comes down to flying objects. Then if you can see them during the day sometimes too, or if there's a storm, you can see them in the clouds. They're blending in within the clouds, and sometimes you see vessels coming down when it's raining. Dark, they're like capsules, dark capsules, uh, shooting from the sky, going and coming down uh, on the land. They land in the woods. Vessels, like they're coming out of an aircraft. I've seen that on in Killeen when because Killeen and Fort Hood are side by side. But I believe you, man. I've seen some that were like golden, like a golden, like during the day, golden orb-like shaped. Three of them, they were by the clouds, and I'm like, man, it's like, what is that? I could see their shape and everything. Next thing you know, they just sped off real fast. Uh, I just back then, this is like in 2000 and when these things were happening, like 2005, 2006. Didn't have the good camera, good technology to be able to record it because it's one of those things that you're walking and it's happening right in front of you. If I had the technology, like if I would do it live, I would have been able to capture that. But yeah, I believe you that you witnessed all those things, especially think the water. When you're talking about water elementals and stuff like that. I think water is, uh, like we know water is life. So only God knows what they use the water for. Is the thing. Or I believe that they have stations in the ocean. That's why they go into the water and come out of the water. Maybe the water is their their fuel or something. I don't know. What are they doing down there? But yeah, I've seen this lights you're talking about, brother. Yeah, that's no problem, man. Anytime you can try to want to jump on, man. You're more than welcome. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. And but yeah, I believe you, man. I've seen a lot of things that y'all talk about, but I don't try to think about it too much, man, because I don't want to leave an opening. But I've seen some weird stuff when we're talking about reptilian. I've seen some stuff like that when I was in the army. something with a cloak, that I witnessed. Maybe one day I'll have my loader that, well, my driver at the time, I'm still connected to him through Facebook. But we witnessed that night down the tank trail when we're coming back from Clabber Creek on Fort Hood, that we're going back to the base. We were driving because it was the weekend. We're going to go park the tank in the motor pool, and so we can have the weekend off. It was a Friday, and we're driving down the tank trail. And on the base, you can have your lights on, so you're on blackout mode, which it's like a filter you put on your where your lights is, and you could have your lights on, but you can't see the lights because you can see just the light through the night vision, right? And we're driving. My driver had his night sight in, and we're driving down the tank trail. As we driving down the tank trail, I got my thermals on from inside the TCs, and I'm looking, just seeing to make sure there's nothing on the road. And it comes out from the left side onto the tank trail. It's glitching, like it's breaking, like it's got a short because through the night vision, that's what we're witnessing. That there's a spark on whatever equipment it is or cloak. You can see a spark and like a malfunction, and there's different filters on the silhouette that is changing different filters, like different colors, or just going crazy. But you can see the spark on top where the head is like a short circuit. It's short circuiting, and you can see the spark. And we're diving down the track, Joe, and my when it passed in front of our tank, it was pretty tall. I would say like around, because it was taller than the gun tube, so it had to be like 11 to 12 feet tall. Um, and my driver hit the brakes, and is like, did you see that, Sar? Did you see that? He was like freaked out. So I seen it, and when he stopped, hit the brakes, I went into my sponsor box. I grabbed the pick handle because we had no live ammo or nothing. So I grabbed the pick handle and I freaking jumped to the front slope, and I'm looking around. I told him to turn on the lights. He turned on the lights, and I'm looking and I jump off to see if I see any kind of footprints or something. But the tank trails are so thick and dust that if you put your foot on the ground and you lift it, it'll sink in because it's a lot of dust on those tank trails. So I couldn't see the any kind of print. So I'm looking to where it went to see if I visually see the malfunction on equipment, but I didn't see nobody. And I couldn't see it. The only way we could see it was through thermal. But this technology, whatever whoever that was, you could see the spark where it's short circuiting. You kept on seeing like a spark on the top. Then the different I mean the different colors of filters that they had or pixels, it was crazy, man. The malfunction was made their equipment go crazy. So you could see so many different colors and different pixels. When I thought our tank had different filters through the night vision, well, that equipment that whoever was wearing that equipment that was malfunctioning really had some advanced technology, man, because the colors that I seen, we don't have those colors. So this colors that whatever was wearing this equipment, because I couldn't ID it was a person or it was a reptilian. The only thing I know was advanced technology, or it could have been old technology, right? Because I don't know. All I know is that their equipment was more advanced than what we had, but we was able to see it through night vision, where the equipment was malfunctioning. Imagine something, it's kind of like it reminded me of the movie The Predator when It was in the it's glitching with and it's hiding, blending in with the environment. Well, that's what that reminded me of. But it was showing me the filters and the filters that I had. It's like imagine equipment that has filter for all environment on Earth to blend in with any environment on the Earth, the jungle, uh, any state that it could blend in the snow, uh, in bad weather, blend in, and what me and brother Joe, his name was Joe, that's what we witnessed. Some advanced freaking technology, man. Now, was it the U.S. that has this technology? I mean, he hit the brakes. He could have hit it. The question is, what would have happened if we would have hit it with a tank? That's 65 tons. We would have found a person down there with some advanced technology. We would have hit it, but we didn't hit it. He stepped on the brakes because we know that there's other soldiers training out there. Did he have a headset on that he didn't hear the tank? So many things I can look into. But when it went into the darkness and it was only by itself, normally when there's maneuvers or training on Fort Hood, especially infantry or scouts, they do train in the woods. They're on foot and stuff like that. But they normally train platoons or in groups like of three or four, possibly two. That they do recons. But whatever this was just one by themselves. I didn't see no others except just that one. There we go. How you doing, brother Richards?
Yeah, I don't know. I tried to sign into Restream and it still won't let me. I still can't hear anything.
Oh wow. I don't know if you've been hearing what I've been saying, but you can talk if you like.
Yeah, it's very interesting, man. It's it's crazy when the gates to this stuff open up. Like you've obviously the gates for your in your life, buddy, have been opened up like nobody else that I even know. Like it's an all day, everyday thing as well. I mean, you've really got to stay, like you said, it's those spiritual openings that really, really allow them access to mess with us and to mess with our minds and to literally physically attack us to make us sick, make us just absolutely anything, make you poor, make you whatever. Right, those spiritual
Yeah.
bondages that come into our life and absolutely just run havoc on us. And I think if anything, people got to realize that these things aren't getting any better right now. It's just that weird time, especially with what they have in store for this year. I mean, last year was crazy enough.
Yeah.
I think this year's going to be a doozy, man. I really think that. I really and truly think that they're going to really go harder than they've gone, especially when they start setting up 6G and stuff like that. That's going to add a whole nother
Yeah.
dimension to everything that's going on. It's really,
It's gonna lift more the veil. It's gonna lift even
yeah,
more.
I believe so. I believe I think they're using these frequency weapons to actually crack open the veil even more.
I mean, I'm gonna be
That
honest
it's
with you, brother, dear
part of
brother
how it
Rich.
works. Yeah.
I don't think I was gonna make it for 2026, man, because of the things that were happening to me. Just never speak about it because having those trolls and people that would probably try to make fun of me. But I was going through some serious issues, man. But I never went to the hospital. What I was going through, because the things that I was going through, it was unbelievable. Like, what the fuck is this? What is happening to me? And I feel, sometimes when you go investigate the negative attachments, they jump on you, and like you said, they can cause you to be sick. I mean, I was seeing all kinds of things, man. If I were to tell you blood, blood clots, and other things that were happening to me, that I was witnessing, but I didn't want to record anything, because I didn't want to give power. Because if it was a negative attachment, I didn't want to give it power that is telling me, hey, you're sick. So what I would do is I rebuke you. I type out rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. When I Googled all the things that were happening to me, everything's telling me go immediately to the hospital. You can, uh, they're going to do a procedure. You could have this, you could have that, but I stuck to not giving it power because I know how they attack. Right? They attack in that manner that they want you to believe that you're sick, and I didn't give it that belief. I will pray against it in Thai binary rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. My father, my brother lost his daughter to suicide. Man, he's been hurting big time, and these things, man, that we talk about, they've been targeting him. Like he's been telling me the things that have been happening to him. Maybe if he jumps on here, you'll be able to talk about it. But he lost three family members in within 6 7 months. So, I'm trying to help him out, and then all these people coming at me. It's like, man, I'm trying to keep cool. I'm trying to stay calm because I know I have to be calm in order for me to pray, for the prayer to be effective. And I can't let anybody distract me from helping out my brother because he's being spiritually targeted, spiritually attacked. And I helped him out. I was there, man. I stood by him when he called me and he's freaking crying because his daughter took his life, bro. You know, I went with him that day, man. You know, the things that he was saying, man, it's what the unseen forces want you to do. The thing he said, and he was going like 100 and something miles an hour on the highway. When he found out, he was working, and he works nearby where I live. And man, the unclean spirits, what it was telling him is to take his life, man. Like I don't feel like living anymore because it was his daughter, and I'm like, bro, and I'm holding on because he's driving crazy, bro. And I know because of the moment and all that, I'm like, you need to stay relaxed, stay focused. So when we get to his house and he goes in there to see if she left anything behind, a note of what she did. It was pasted on the door. I stayed outside. So as I'm outside and he's inside the house, freaking, I see something go moving real fast, and it stops in the middle of the street. It looks like a woman, and she's got a big old smile on her face. So I look at her and I say, I tie bound rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, because I know it's not somebody that's alive. And then when that happens, my brother goes inside, and I leave my door open. So he's inside and he's crying and all this, and I'm trying to console him, as his brother, and trying. I mean, it's one of those situations that it's pain, right? And as I'm paying attention to him, next thing you know, that thing that was in the street, it was right beside me. So I look at it and I say, I tie bind rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and it freaking disappeared. But he's been going through a lot, and he's pretty strong. He's hanging in there, but the attacks are happening, man. Mimicking, just put it this way, mimicking of his daughter's voice, calling him like in a room where he's living, like, Dad, it's me, or
Yeah, my sound's still not working here, Abe. I'll just sign off, brother. I'll
okay,
uh, I'll
brother.
I'll jump back in the chat. God bless you, brother. Thank you, man.
God bless you. God bless you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Yes, sir. So yeah, but he's strong. My brother's is strong. He knows we prayed. We prayed to the Heavenly Father to collect her spirit, uh, to guide her into the kingdom of heaven. When things like that happen, it's important to pray, brothers. That's when our faith and belief in Jesus Christ should be even stronger. And we witnessed something that day. That the same day that everything happened, we witnessed something. We witnessed the clouds open, and the Heavenly Father showed us His daughter being saved, being her spirit. He showed her to us that he collected her spirit. And then when that happened, the clouds closed, but He showed us her spirit, that He collected her, because we prayed for her spirit to be saved, because there's unclean spirits or demonic spirits. They don't want people to pray to Jesus Christ. You know, if somebody takes your life, then their soul is kind of belongs to them in some kind of way, right? But when you pray for the individuals, if something tragic happened, he listens to our prayers and He makes things happen spiritually. So that's why it's important to pray. Yeah, there's a lot of things happening to me this past year that I didn't know that I was going to make it till 2026, but I'm still here. Thank God. I just don't say nothing to nobody. You know, I keep it to myself. Uh, Not even my son knew what I was going through. You know, then I told him what I'm going through, and he freaked out. What I told him. You know, when you're going through things that could be physical, but just because you've seen something doesn't mean that it's happening. But you could grab toilet paper or something, you wipe it and it looks like blood, but that's what they do, man. It looks like blood, but is it really blood that you're witnessing? They are masters of illusion, and they can do certain things to make you believe there's some you have something serious. But that's where your faith and belief comes in. You know, when you play Jesus Christ first, you what I do, I type out and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and I think I pray to the Heavenly Father to cleanse my body. And when He cleans my body, certain things happen. If I believe I had a negative attachment all the way from Elms Grove, and the negative attachment that day that I prayed to the Heavenly Father to cleanse my body, you could say the negative residue from that spiritual attack came out of my body, and I've seen a lot of things that so that I can explain. You know, if I were to tell you, because you know, there's unclean spirits that can manifest with different things, right? So I could tell you I could have seen blood clots, like like in the form of they're ready to strike, like blood clots, sharp blood clots, and at one time black snakes, black snakes, like little tiny black snakes, man. So when I seen that, I tied Banner Wicked in Jesus Christ's name. I did not give it the power that was coming out of my body, but spiritually, it's possible you can get a negative attachment. So the unclean spirit is going to try to manifest something, right? To try to escape or whatever. So that's when you're going to pray, you type out and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. Uh, that's when you heal, you know, like ache yoke, and you heal somebody with the ache yoke, and you pray on them from head to toe. And sometimes in the ache yoke, when you crack it and put it in water, you might see blood. You might see some dark residue. Uh, Sometimes a baby chick will come out of the egg, and it looks all freaked out, or certain things happen to the egg in the water. But when you do that, it's because the egg represents life, and the unclean spirit that's in there transfers into the egg, right? In which the person that has the negative attachment is healed. I don't know. I don't think it was parasites, brother Law Morgan. I'm telling you, man. It looked like snakes, bro. You know, witchcraft, necromancy, people, the devil, and the dark arts. When they target you, that could happen also. But when I go do the investigations and stuff, the things that are out there, when we talk about things that are live in the woods, we can't leave the legion out. Of course, when I speak about the DDN, there's all kinds of things out there. You got elementals, uh, unclean spirits, fragmented souls, lost souls. You got all kinds of things running around out there that they see you as a safe haven, right? So they try to attach themselves to you because they see the Heavenly Love Foundation. So they attach themselves to you to try to, I should say, I guess, to be safe spiritually. They try to attach themselves to you because they're trying to they see the safe haven, they see the light, the Heavenly Love Foundation. But you have to do what you got to do, man. Am I in the safe zone right now? As far as I know, for the past, I guess, 2 3 months, everything seems fine. But we'll see what happens. I'm optimistic that I feel that when I told the Heavenly Father to cleanse my body, that He cleansed it, and so far so good. The things that were happening to me stopped. Uh, there we go. A lot of things, a lot of things. When it comes to the spiritual realm, what looks like something might not be what it seems. Just put it that way. They're masters of illusion, man. They do those things because they want you to believe, right? So they play those kind of games if they making you think that you're sick and you accept that you're sick and it's in your mind that you have something wrong with you. Well, guess what? That's the opening it uses to attack. So what do? You pray against what you're experiencing, what you're going through. You pray against it. You bring Jesus Christ into the equation. You tie bound and break in the name of Jesus Christ, and ask the Heavenly Father to heal you for whatever ailment you have, and that includes getting rid of any negative attachments. No difference. Like what happened to me is it was crazy, but I know it's a spiritual thing. That because of where I go, what I do, the spiritual. So those are spiritual mind games that they play. That it seems like something, but it's not what you think it is. I mean, it can cause pain. It can cause all kinds of things, right? But it's not what it seems. That's why you have to maintain your faith and believe in Jesus Christ. You have to maintain your love in order to overcome those trials and tribulations. Can't accept somebody tell you, like, I had somebody tell me when I was 34 years old, a doctor. He told me I had 6 months to live because my health was so bad. He said that everything was pointing for me to have heart attacks, strokes, and all this at the age of 34. He said that it was too late, that I was going to die. So I said to myself, I'm thinking it had to do with the medicines that I was taking at the time. So I said to myself, what should I do? And I said, you know what? You know what to do. Uh, start working out, more workouts, more cardio, and just keep on doing that. Make it a habit, you know, over and over and over and over, a daily thing. So by the time I went back to the doctor, he told me, I don't know what you did, but it seems like you found the fountain of youth because everything looks different than what I initially seen on your chart. You reversed everything. So I'm at the point right now where I'm gonna do the same thing. You know, that's why I'm doing the cardio and stuff like that to reverse things, right? Gotta take care of the vessel. But it is open mic night, brothers and sisters. Whoever wants to jump on, uh, I stay as long as there's somebody jumping on here. Uh, thinking of thinking 2 hours. Every time I say I'm thinking 2 hours, sometimes it's 3 hours because normally the people that tune in they show up at 11 o'clock. But I decided to go a little bit live early. You know, got me some rest today, but not that much rest. Yeah, there's so many things. You know, like the veil. I believe the veil is being lifted big time, man. I mean, when I seen that devil, I'll say devil or demon, you know, because he had big horns on top of my brother's truck. He was smiling. I seen it. And he had like like wings and everything, you know. Uh, the wings that kind of like bat like or demon like or dragon like wings, and it's on his freaking hood, laughing like he's identifying himself to me that it's the one that's been messing with my brother. It's the one that caused everything to happen in his family. So that's going to be a task that I'm going to have to do for 2026 is go, you know, uh, and confront this thing, man. Where it's doing the havoc is where my brother lives. There's something that I might record just to see if I'm able to capture it. And I'm more sure I'll be able to capture it on film because it's there, you know. Well, I was around a lot of parasites when I was out there in the desert during Operation Desert Storm, and when I went up in '95, there was a lot of flying ticks, sand-like color, the sting the hell out of you. Uh, there was flies, the ticks, but all the water we drank was purified, and the food that we ate was from the military. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff, but I know to say that some of those sand fleas carried some diseases and stuff like that, and where sometimes I feel some side effects of it on my arms, where I start scratching, and it's like I got like bumps and stuff like that, where I used to get stung when I was out there by this ticks, or yeah, flying fleas. Oh yeah. At night, man, there was all kinds of different bugs out there, but the sand fleas were vicious, man. The flies are bad. Just put it this way: if you pull out a piece of food or something, man, the flies get on your food. So you better eat it fast. If you don't eat it fast, the flies are. I mean, I'm thinking I might have ate a fly or two out there, man, because I'm trying to eat the food fast, and they're flying around everywhere. So when you open your mouth, one could go in there. Makes you think, right? What kind of flies are they? Are they flies or are they unclean spirits? Going into people's mouths. Trying to enter the vessel, trying to enter the body to contaminate the body or make the body sick. So many ways we could see this. This flying freaking ticks, and you had the camel spiders coming at you, trying to fight you. That wasn't afraid of you. They were literally coming, try to jump on you and attack you. Uh, you had sand vipers. I picked up a little red scorpion and had in my hand. Uh, then I remember the little red scorpion I looked, so I started looking it up, and it said that if that little red scorpion would have stung me, there would have been instant death. That I would have been dead within 10 seconds. I didn't know. I just seen a red scorpion that was. We had dug a hole where we are gonna burn I guess, the porta potties. But the porta potty was made out of wood, and it had uh, the containers we had to burn the poop. You know, uh, and that's when I found the little red scorpion. And I always remember. I think I even got a red scorpion on my arm. Well, the red scorpion I got on my arm is from a movie that I seen called Red Scorpion. It doesn't look like the same scorpion he wore, but I got me a tribal scorpion on my arm. But I remember the little red scorpion. So when I looked it up, it said that if it would have stung me, that's I would have been dead in 10 seconds or something. I don't know. And you had the other kind of bugs that will come out at nighttime. The shit bugs. What are they called? Oh, there's a certain name for them. Ding ding bugs or something like that. They roll the poop. They come out of nowhere, and you just hear them walking on the sand where there's a bunch of them. They'll come out at nighttime. A lot of lizards in the desert. These little brown lizards kind of look like a gecko, but they're carnivorous. And the reason I know they were carnivorous is because if you put two of them together, like we'll get the MRE and make like a little, I guess, little prisons where when we capture them, put them in there. I put two of them together. Next thing you know, one of them was all massacred. It was like blood and guts everywhere, but the other one was still alive. So yes, the reptilians or lizards that were in the desert, some of them are carnivorous. That they kill each other. Yeah, the dung beetles. So this bug was shredded in pieces. There was blood and guts, and I think there was like three of them together, and there was blood and guts everywhere where he got it killed. Shit, scorpions. There are some big black scorpions too. Like around this big. They would come out at nighttime. You could see them at nighttime. It's just people are afraid to sleep because you don't know what's coming out of the ground. Just like there's things that are out there during the day, at nighttime. I'm more sure in the desert there's other things that come out at nighttime. Uh, so yeah, we'll catch all kinds of activity out there. Which I got tired of the things that were happening on my cot when I slept on the ground in the sand that I started sleeping on the tank because I would get tired of my sleeping bag getting pulled and stuff like that. I could never see anybody, doing anything like that to me, but I could hear the footsteps, like somebody's running towards me, and then I could hear something running, but I could never see them through my night vision. There was anybody there. A lot of mimicking of stuff. They would like to mimic the sounds of remote control cars. The little noise that makes when you control those little racing things. You could hear that sound at nighttime. Mimicking sounds of animals when there was no animals, things of that nature. Well, here we go. We'll drop a link again. See who wants to jump on. It's open mic night, brothers and sisters. Who do we got here? I don't know who that is. Open mic night. Any questions for me that I could answer for you? I've seen all kinds of things, brothers and sisters. When I was in the military, the things that I would see, I would keep it to myself because you come up, you say what you see to like the first sergeant or the company commander, they're going to think you're crazy, right? Because the military wants you to have the military mindset. So a lot of things that I would see, I would just keep it to myself because I was trying to climb the ranks. So a lot of things I just kept it to myself. Not only was something that I felt that it was dangerous, but the spiritual aspect of things I kept it to myself while I was in the military. About the only people that knew was my crew, because I would tell them, "Hey, I seen this and that. Be careful out there." They'd be like, Sarge, you're just seeing things. I said, all right. They'll be like, you being an operations just done affected you, Sarge. It's all right. I'll tell the guys, hey man, watch out. I was telling them about the DDN. I mean the Degen. I see them by the fire. They're standing there. They're like, it's nothing out there. And then one evening, brother Joe, uh, I just hear gear running, like somebody's hauling ass. Boots on the ground, boots on the ground, big time. And he's running. He's running. He literally jumps on the back slope of the tank without even climbing the tank because he was scared. He jumped on there and he jumped over the bustle rack and then went into a sleeping bag. So I was like, man, it looked like something spooked him. And that's the guy that was telling me that it was all in my imagination. One of my soldiers. Following day, when the sun rose, he's over there real quiet and he's just looking like this. I was like, hey, what happened last night, man? I mean, I was laying down. I heard you hauling ass like you're running for something. What happened? And he's like, well, I was walking from, I guess it was the Alpha Alpha. I mean, the main tent where soldiers would go and they would play movies, play cards or whatever. It was in the center of the Alpha Alpha. He said I was walking back to the tank. Had used the restroom. I came out of the restroom and I was walking. Next thing you know, he said I hear somebody saying something to me, but they're talking a different language. So when I look, I seen this tall shadow figure looking at me, saying something to me, and that's why I took off running. Um, yeah, he never went back over there at nighttime. He stayed on the tank instead. Happy New Year, Sister IB Ramirez. Um, I don't know. I know he's a busy man. Maybe one day I'll try to get him to come on the show. Okay. Yeah, I used to. I remember some of the NCOs when I was a private that would share stories, and I'd be like, man, this guys they're crazy, or because of the things that they're saying with the witness and stuff like that. And then when you encounter some things, they're like, oh, guess there wasn't lying. I mean, there was things. There was a pulling guard at the motor pool in Germany. Uh, it was cold as hell, like real cold. And they were like, "Hey, be careful out there in the motor pool because you might run." They said, "You might run into the phantom of the motor pool." It's like, what do you mean the phantom of the motor pool? Yeah, it's a phantom. Well, like a ghost. It's out there. So if you see it when you're doing your patrol, don't get scared because he can't do nothing to you, but it's out there. And I'm like, they're trying to scare me and stuff like this. I was like 19, so I'm out there patrolling the motor pool, make sure nobody's climb the fence, try to mess with the tanks or get into the tanks because that's where we're guard where are tanks, the tanks in the bays. So I'm doing the patrol. Then I see somebody. I'm like maybe like 60 feet away, and I see somebody looking at me. And he looks at me and he takes off running. So I say, halt. So I start running. I go up to where it was standing and I look to my right, and it's in the very end over there looking at me. Then he takes off running, so I run all the way over there. Then it's way over there, and it's just I'm running after this thing, thinking it's a person, right? And I'm trying to capture him because I'm thinking it's a person. But then I found out that it was a phantom, and I ran into the phantom of the mortar pool. So at that time, I didn't know about Ty Banner rebuking in the name of Jesus Christ or whatever, but I seen it. I seen the phantom, and that phantom wasn't just in the mortar pool. It was in the billets too. It was in all the billets. You know, Probably a soldier because those billets belonged to the Germans. So most likely a ghost. You know, but he would I guess you could say haunt, spook. When you talk about the Hat Man or Dark Shadow figure, that's what it looked like. You can see the silhouette. They looked like a person, pretty tall, but it was just dark, like a shadow figure. Yeah, I had a lot of encounters out there below station in Germany. It was just a whole different environment over there. So who wants to come on here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters and share a story? We had brother Dick Richards jump on here. He was talking about the lights that he was seeing coming out of the ocean and the areas that he used to live before and where he lives now. To see lights coming out of the ocean, going up and then going back down into the water. It could be a lot of things. When you think about the ocean, you can think of sirens. Sirens, uh, the sirens, and you get the sirens and you get lechuzas. Lechuzas live on land. We're supposed to be witches. And then in the ocean, you get the sirens. Uh, the brujas on the land, right? I just I'm just giving you a possibility because it could be many things. The lechuzas on the land, when they manifest, they can manifest into a light also, like a light that changes different colors, uh, and it'll be flying in the air because they're like an orb-like form, or they can manifest to turn into the lechusa. So the lechusas and mermaids, they're the ones that created the Nephilim. So if the lechusa has the capability, and they're considered sisters because they're the creators of the Nephilim, then the sirens that live in the ocean most likely have the ability of forming a light also. And just that's just a possibility. So if there's some on land, the Nephilim that were on the land that were created that way, then there's got to be some in the ocean also, right? Some giants in the ocean somewhere that might reside in the ocean because of the mothers, they turn them into sirens. So there might be uh, giant Nephilim that are amphibious that live in the ocean, right? Just possibilities. And of course, you know, other things where land has fallen into the ocean. You know, when we talk about Atlantis and stuff like that, possibility there's life in the ocean, advanced technology, where something could be residing in the ocean, and they have to go come out of the water to go collect resources or whatever. And they go back to where they come from, possibilities, and then you have the masters of illusion. They can cause those illusions to make you think it's something else. So that's why I always tell everybody you got to be careful what you're believing in. How you doing, Sister Eden Wilson? Yes, I have a lot of encounters, especially in Europe. I had some encounters in Europe, and this is the encounters I had in Europe is dealing with Germany itself. Yeah, man. I have a story for you all. I'm gonna share it. You all want to hear the story? I'm thinking I could save it for tomorrow for Bruja Lechuza Friday because that's what it's about. Maybe I should save that story for tomorrow because tomorrow is Lechuza Bruja Friday, and I haven't said this story in a long time. But I'm trying to get somebody to come on and share a story or an encounter that an experience. It's open mic night tonight for those that are tuning in. I think there was somebody here. I don't know if he's still here. I didn't recognize the name, but I'm thinking it's Wolf Den. I don't know if he's still here or not. Uh, there's the link. I'm thinking it's Wolf Den. I'm not sure because it's a different name that's on there. Yeah, I've seen some weird stuff in Germany. Yeah, I won't tell you the Bruja. I'll share the story of the Bruja for Friday, but I got other stories I could share. If you want me to share a story from Germany, what happened to me when I was out and about on the weekend out there partying, I'll share it with you. Something an experience that I'll never forget. Man, I should have saved that story for Werewolf Wednesday, but I'll share it here tonight. If you want to hear that story, uh, I don't know who's here. If there's new people here, hit the like button. There's a link. Whoever wants to click on that link, if they want to come on. But I can share the story for y'all of what happened to me. I was 19 years old when I had this experience over there in Germany. I've been drinking a little of the beer I used to drink over there was Helles Weissen. So I would limit myself on the drinks because the beer it has a lot of yeast and stuff like that. But it had good flavor. But something happened to me. It was when the bar that I was at closed. So it has to do with something that happened after the bar closed. If you want to hear the story, give me a thumbs up and I'll share it with y'all. Or if somebody wants to come on and share a story, you're more than welcome. So this is Erlangen, Germany, 19. Let me see, 1990. I'm stationed in Erlangen, Germany, and I will go to this bar. I will go to this bar called B15s. The reason I like going to the bar because the owners were sisters. They were pretty cool, and my best friend Tony, he was dating one of them. So we go there, and they were treat us good, and my friend Tony, he was always playing pool, and he would play for pitchers, and he always had a table full of beer. So I would go there, and I liked the songs. They had some American songs. They had, I think, the John Denver song. Uh, I think it was a John Denver song. The one that says "Take Me Down." Let's see. It would say to us, "Sweet home." I can see. Take me home to a place I belong, country mama, or something like that. It was I think a Bob Denver song or something like that. I can't remember who sang it, but we used to be drinking to play the song. We'd just be drinking and chugging the beers and listening to the music, right? And they were cool, they would let us play music. So we're listening to that song, and the bar closed, and my friends, they were waiting for they were waiting for the because he was dating her, for her to finish up because he was going to go to her house. So I said, okay, well, I'm heading on back to the billets. So I got out of the bar, and I seen some people next to the bar going down some stairs. So there's like 4 or 5 people going down some stairs. See a couple of female, I think like 3 female, 2 males, or three and three, and they're going down the stairs. And I said, man, I never seen people going down the stairs before. Of all the time that I've been to B15s, I've never seen people going down the stairs. So I went down the stairs. Uh, let me give a treat to Rebel. That's what he wants, a treat. So we went down the stairs, and as soon as because I went right behind them, like if I was part of them. Just put it that way. Like I blended it in because I had the military haircut. So I said, well, I need to stick with these people. They're Germans, so I can blend in. So I blended it in with them, like I was part of their little group. And as soon as I entered, there was this big guy, man. He was huge. I say he was over 7 foot tall, massive, massive guy. You know, massive guy. And the door that he closed, brothers and sisters, was like made out of pure steel, like steel. This big guy grabbed the door. It had like some kind of, what do you call it? Uh, the thing where you spin it, like you grab the handles and you spin. You spin it and you can see a big old link chain, right? And the door closed and he shut it. Then he grabbed the link fence. The chain was thick, man, huge. This guy was huge. Then when we talk about Nephilim, this guy was tall, huge, and very wide. He grabbed the link and put a big old lock on it. It was huge, a big lock. Like, so I'm in there. and it's like a cave, right? I'm standing there at the entrance. All these couples, they went before me. They want to go sit down in booths. There's like those techno lights in there, techno lights, and there's candles on the booths. There's couples, and there's right in the center. There's a bartender, and there's all kinds of liquor, right? So I'm looking to my left. I'm to the right. I'm looking to the left. I guess it's a after hours location, or for after party. So I'm there and I'm looking, right, and I'm looking and I see this girl that's over there with this guy, right? She runs, gets out of the booth. She runs and jumps on the bar, and she starts crawling on the bar like she's some kind of animal, and she's making this growling sounds, and she's on there looking like that, and she looks at this other guy that's over here, and he's there with a girl. She jumps at the bar, goes running, and jumps on him and starts biting him in the neck, right? So the girl with that guy runs all the way across the bar and goes with the other guy. So I'm there and I'm like, okay, are these people swingers or what's going on here? Are they swingers? Are they? I don't know what kind of what kind of bar this is, right? So I'm thinking, okay, maybe they're just role playing or something, right? But then it starts getting crazy where the whole bar, all the people in the booths start acting the same way as the female. They're all there growling, and I was like they're gonna manifest or change form or something. So I'm looking, and I got my guards up, and I tell I guess a security guard, the guy that closed the door, say, "Hey, you need to let me out," and he went like that. No. So I'm there, and I'm looking at him, and things are getting freaking crazy. Where there's a lot of gnawing and growling sounds happening. It looks like a freaking layer of some sort in there. So then I tell him again. I said, "Hey, uh, I need to go because I got to pull duty tomorrow. I got CQ. That's what I tell him." And the guy's telling me no still. And then in my mind, I said, "I need to fight this guy to open up this freaking door so I can get the hell out of here because I don't want to stick here to see what's going to happen because of the noises that they were making, the way they were acting like animals." So the guy finally touched me with his big finger. I was skinny, man. I was like 155 pounds at the time. Well, this is after coming back from Operation Desert Storm. 155 pounds, and he looks at me and he leaves a little crack on the door when he opens it. He looks at me and he said, "You're lucky." And he let me out, and then he closed it back up. That's all he told me. "You're lucky." So why did he say I was lucky? Till this day, I will never know because I did not stay in the freaking bar to see what was going to happen. But it literally looked like a freaking layer. It's like a underground. It looked like a cave. So that's what I'm trying to say. Layer, a cave. These people are acting, you could say, animalistic, like werewolves. Yes, that's a song. And that was the last time I ever went there. And that was the only time that I ever seen it open was on that day. I used to remember what date it was, but there was definitely something freaked out happening there. Yeah, something definitely happened there. And I mean, the guy told me, "You're lucky." I'm thinking if I would have stayed there and all these people are gnawing at each other, and I'm not doing the same things they're doing, that I was going to be, I guess, the meal or the victim. That, or I would have had to take out a lot of people. You know, I would have had to defend myself and take out a lot of people, which I did have those capabilities because I was trained. I knew how to box. I knew martial arts, and I would do other kinds of training. But I'm glad that the guy let me out. The only thing he told me is that you're lucky, but he was standing by the wall too. Alan Kerrigan says you stumbled into a werewolf coven. Yeah, so that's one of the stories that I remember that happened to me uh, there in Erlangen. I got other ones that's dealing with what people might call werewolves. I think the gypsies. There's gypsies over there too. There's gypsies and all that out there too, which they say that the werewolves exist there in Germany. Someone will say that they're summoned like in spirit, but yeah, when I seen that, it's like it like freaked me out, man. At least I know that when he closed that gate, that I was safe. But you see, if there were a werewolf coming, they're able to smell the scent, right? My scent. So, man, I hope they didn't come to the United States and track me down here. You know, but I think they might have tracked me down to tell you the truth, because of the neighbors that moved in Elms Grove behind me. They were Germans, and when they moved in there, that's when the activity started picking up of this tall lycanthrope that were being shown. Especially, they were around that mobile home where the Germans lived, because there was no activity like that. You know, I know that my neighbor that lived in the outskirts of Elms Grove would say that there was a werewolf out there, or he called them, yeah, he called them werewolves. He had a target out there. We had a bow and arrow that they would stand by the edge of the boat line, and he was always telling me, "Don't walk out there at nighttime. There's something out there." You know, he would always tell me, "There's something out there. There's something out there." This guy, he was always in a, what do you call it? Like a little storage made out of tin at nighttime outside. He was always welding, making these weapons, you know, like spears and freaking arrows with sharp points. And I would tell him, "Hey, man, that's pretty creative." And he would tell me, "Be careful out there when you go and walk, and be careful." He would always tell me they're out there. I said, "What are you talking about? Coyotes? Uh, Wildcats?" He wouldn't say nothing to me, but he was always smoking weed, right? He was always smoking weed. But he was creating these weapons like spears and freaking things you could put in your hand with uh, with blades. He was always creating something like that. So one day, he told me, "Look, it was during the day. So you think," he told me, "you think that I'm lying to you, right? You think that I'm full of shit because I'm smoking weed, and you think that I'm just, it's the weed talking." He said, "I want to show you something." So he took me inside his home. And when I went inside his home, every window and every doorway had a cross. He had weapons in by every window, by the door frames, all throughout the house. He had weapons. I'm talking about rifles, shotguns, handguns, and these weapons that was creating were all throughout his house. And they looked at me, And so you're probably wondering why I have all these weapons in here. I said, well, I want to show you something else. So he took me out of the house and went around to the other side of the house, the one that's facing the woods. And he pointed at the wall like that. I could see all the scratch marks, like big claws. And then he showed me on top of the roof. We grabbed the ladder, and you could see indentions on top of his home and like claw marks. He claimed that this things that would stand by the road line would always try to come into his house at nighttime, like literally banging on the wall, scratching, and all that. That's why he kept the weapons where he kept them. And then he told me, I think that they lived underground because in Texas the sources systems are pretty big. He said I hear them at nighttime underground, where you could hear them growling, and you could hear many of them sometimes fighting with each other. They're underground. He said, but I'm not going to go underground to see if they're real or not. Uh, so that's what he told me, that they're underground. Then one day he showed me something. He said that he found a finger of a little boy, and I'm like, man, this guy, he's it's the weed. He showed me this finger of seemed to be a finger of a boy, and he sent it up to Dallas to get analysis on it to see where this finger came from, But this finger was more like petrified, like it was a finger, but it was petrified, like it had been sitting there for a while. Uh, After that, he moved, and I never seen him again. But he moved out of the mobile home park. He lived in the outskirts of the mobile home park, by the edge of the woods. So this is when I barely moved in there, man, and I was like, oh, military train and offense, defense. Wasn't in a cab for 8.5 years. I was like, man, there's nothing out here. I trained on Fort Hood till I started witnessing it myself. This manifestations, what he was seeing, I started seeing them. But then I noticed that there wasn't what he thought they were, but they did have ability. I think if you give it the fear factor, that's a spiritual opening, or you start believing in it, that they could actually manifest enough to make contact with you, not just physically but spiritually. That's what you have to be careful, not to give it power of belief in that manner. So that happened in Elms Grove, where this people from Journey moved, and I started seeing all this activity of this werewolves that were pretty tall. One was Midnight Black. There was another one, I believe, was a female. Because I started believing that they were real. Because when you see something standing, picking over the SUV, looking at you, and then you see it crawling or running on twos in somebody's yard, and then you see it low crawling on the ground. You're thinking it's a dog, then it high crawls, and you think it's a deer, but then it stands up on twos, and it's very tall, looking at you, and then it takes off running on bipedal. You start somewhere, because they're showing themselves to you, that you're thinking that they're real. You see one that's Midnight Black, full of muscles, freaking huge, uh, long upper torso, a long neck, the side view. I didn't see a big snout, like a short snout, and it's looking at me like this sideways, and it's they're running. They don't run like humans because they're bipedal. It's more like a like a long bounce, bounce, It's a long stride, but like a bouncing stride, where it's not using his hands to run. It's kind of like his hands like this. So that's the way it was running, just by pure power of the legs. And then when you see it running, that it leaves you behind so fast, and you hear the trees breaking that leads to the creek, and you hear the water splashing. You're like, man, it's got to be something that's real. And that's when I made the mistake. I made the mistake of believing what I was witnessing was something real. But I was not the only one that witnessed it. My nephew witnessed it too. And that's when I give it the power of belief that what I was witnessing was real, that's when he decided to attack. But he attacked not in the form that it manifested, that it showed itself to me. He started attacking me unseen, as a spirit. Started getting attacked in the nature where I could be walking, I hear footsteps run behind me, like something real heavy running behind me, and then I get hit in the back, and I fly like 4 or 5 feet in the air, tumble to roll, come get up with my guards up, but there's nobody there. And then sometimes you can hear it coming from the front, and I'm not seeing nobody coming at me, and then I get hit. I'll fly backwards, tumble and roll, get up with my guards up, but nobody there. So then I said to myself, okay, so if it's not nothing there, then it's got to be something in spirit, which is demonic. So the only way I'm going to be able to fight it is spiritually. So when I hear it running towards me, I start praying the Our Father, and then it will stop. I wouldn't get hit or nothing. Sometimes I'll hear it running from the side, like it's coming at me. I start saying, Our Father who art in heaven, and it would stop. It wouldn't make no contact with me. That's when I started, my suspicions led to it being an unclean spirit, demonic spirit, because if it was something real in the flesh, right? It's going to make contact with you regardless. It's going to show itself to you. If it see you as a prey, it's gonna come at you. It's going to show itself to you. But that's when I found out what I was dealing with there, and maybe possibly what the guy was dealing with was demonic spirits. He had the opening. That's what they're attacking him. And the opening that he had is that he was smoking weed. I think that's the opening that he used to manifest to show himself to him. Yes, shapeshifter, skinwalker. One day I will go back there, and I'll try to get more evidence, more proof, with this camera that I got. My son gave me. I got an ABP recorder. I got a thing to sense energy. Maybe one day me and my brother will go there and do an investigation. I would take. I wouldn't mind taking somebody else that want to check it out. The only thing is that I want nobody to get any negative attachments or get spiritually drained, because that's not the only thing that's there. There's other things that are there. There's dark shadow figures. To me, there are succubus, incubus that reside in those woods, that they come out at nighttime. Uh, there's other things that are there, but it might be of the same. I don't know, but there's other things that are there. If somebody ever, whoever's here in Texas, if ever somebody wants to do a little investigation, we will have to go in the back ways into the area, because Elms Grove doesn't allow soliciting. So we have to go. I know the back way in there to where I had my experience. There'll be about the only way we'll be able to do an investigation, that they wouldn't know that we're there, right? But the way that we're going through is where the hotspot is, where all the activity is. And I would have to go that ways to enter the area where I had my experience. Or with the six when the woman was crying for help. That I got surrounded in there. I mean, it's possible that it could be more than one shapeshifter skinwalker. To my understanding, after I did Dogman, after I did uh, This Woods Are Haunted or Terror in the Woods, season 3, episode 2, they said that the area where I used to live, the airport and the golf course, that all that was native Indian burial ground. And there was this man that told me this, that he was they were doing the pavement for the airport, and when they were doing it, they found a big old massive grave site, and there was bodies in there like skeletal with like native with amulets and stuff like that. So they were ordered to bury it, cover it back up, and they built over it. So he says that the dark shadow figures that I speak of, they're over there at the golf course too. So I don't know how true that is or not, but I hope y'all enjoying the show. I was trying to get people to jump on, see if somebody wants to share, but I do got another story, something else that happened to me in Europe. We talked about the lycanthrope, right, in Europe, or werewolves. Now this one is going to trip you out because it can fall in it can fall in the category of two possibilities, and which I'm going to share right now. And this happened to me. Let's see. It was this bar that we'll go. Shears. We'll stop at Shears and then we'll go to B15s. We'll make our little routes. So this day I was by myself, and when I opened the door, it was cold outside. Smoke came out of the bar, and all you see is nothing but drunk GIs, right? That's 19 years old. So I'm looking at all this drunk GIs, and I'm like, you know what? I looked at my money that I had, and I said, man, I don't feel like getting drunk. I said, because I don't like the feeling of being drunk. Then I have to rehydrate and all that. I'm just gonna save my money. I'm gonna go back to the billets and buy me a calzone pizza or a gyro gyros plate and watch a movie. It's like around 11 o'clock. So I close the door. When I turn around, there's this man standing there behind me, in which he wasn't on the sidewalk or nothing. I didn't see no car pull up. This man is standing behind me, and he's got an umbrella. He's got one of those brown hats and a long brown coat. He's talking. He's looking at me, and I said, "Good evening, sir." And he looks at me, and he says something in a different language. You know, I know if he's talking German or what he's talking to me. And then he looks at me, and he says that he knows who I am. And I said, "Sir, I've never met you before." And then he says, "I know I'm in Europe." He says, "I know your grandmother and grandfather." That's what he says. So I'm looking at him, and he's talking to me in a different accent. I said, "Man, there's no way this man knows my grandmother, grandfather. My grandmother and grandfather are already deceased. You know, they passed away. One passed away in the 70s, and the other one passed away in 80." So I look at him, and I said, "Okay, what's their names?" He said their first name, middle name, and last name, both of them. And I'm looking at him like, how does he know this? So I'm looking at him, and it's okay if you know them. Then what is my name? He said my name, and then he said all my brothers and sisters' names. my parents' names, said all our names, and then I asked him, "Where am I from?" He's saying the location of where I'm from and the town I'm from. So he's looking at me, and I'm looking at it, and something tells me just to walk away. So I turn around and I walk away. I did not turn back. I just left him alone on the sidewalk. He's just standing there looking at me. So I'm figuring like, who the hell is this guy? Is he a magician? How does he know all my family? I'm 19. Then one of the things that I thought possibly could have been would be a demon, right? Because demons, that's what they do. They follow like generational curses, in which the demons will know who everybody is. So that was a thought that was there. So because of that incident, I said, okay, I'm gonna take a break from going to the bar. I'll wait 2 weeks before I'll go back out there, right? So I'll go back out there 2 weeks later. This time I did go into the bar and I was drinking a little bit, but I didn't want to be there when everybody comes up because sometimes there's fights where people are drunk. So it's like 1 o'clock, and I step out of the bar and so I'm going back to the billets, and I have to walk. I could have called a cab, but I walked, save money. Uh, so I go. I'm standing in front of the bar. As I'm standing there, right across the street, there's a park. It's where I had the incident with this man and with the new everything. So as I'm standing there looking like it's cold as hell outside. It's got to be like 20 something. I'm standing there outside and I see this woman walking through the park. She's coming towards me, and I'm looking at her, and she looks pale, and she's got like a see-through lingerie. You could see everything, barefooted, and she's walking towards me, and she crosses the street and stands right in front of me. She looks at me and she says, "I want you to come with me." And she turned around and pointed. There was an apartment out there with a light on. So that's where I live. I want you to come with me. I want you to be with me. That's what she told me. So I'm looking at her. I already had the experience with a guy, so I said, "Hell no, something ain't right with this." And it's like, "Ma'am, I don't know who you are, but in about an hour, there'll be a lot of drunk GIs coming out of the bar. You can pick any of them, but I don't wanna go with you, and I don't wanna be with you." Then she looked at me, and she said, "I want you." But her face looked pale, right? And she was trying to take me, and I said, "Well, you have a nice evening," and I walked away. I left her there. So I left her, went back to the village, and I was like, "Man, it's no, I'm in a foreign country. I ran into the thing with the wolves, werewolves, freaking. Then I ran to this man that knew all my family in a foreign country, talking with a different accent. Then this woman that's all like see-through lingerie, barefooted. I mean, she was hot, man. But I was like, that was just too weird, right? So I leave it at that. Like 3 weeks pass by, and I go to B15s again. I'm there, and it's closing time, and I start walking back to the billets. I'm walking, and I see this man that's dressed all in black. He's got like a top hat. He's walking with a cane, and he's even got the little cape. He's walking behind me. So I said, okay, this guy, maybe it's coincidental. So I took a different route that I normally don't travel. He turned that way, and I kept on turning to streets that I never walked before. And he was He was turning everywhere I turned to and gaining ground, right? So I knew there was this other location that was up ahead that there was going to be it's like a river, and it's got a bridge across. So I seen that he was getting ground on me, so walked a little bit faster, and I went around the corner, and I got my guards up, and I was waiting for him to come around the corner. I'm waiting for him to come around a corner because to me it felt like he was trying to attack me, right? So I got my guards up, but he never comes around the corner. He appears a block away from me, comes out a different direction. He looks at me. He turns his body, looking at me. He grabs his top hat and goes like this. He puts it back on, turns around, and walks away. And when he's walking away, there's a couple that pops out of nowhere. Is this couple appears out of nowhere. I ask them if they could guide me the right direction because I gotten lost. And I told them I was trying to get back to the billets, and they say, "Come with us. We'll take you to the road that leads to the billets." So they helped me to get to the proper direction. The question is, what was it? Uh, I told you that I thought the thing with the guy that knew everything about my family was demonic. Well, then you have this woman that looks pale, like she got no blood in her body. The only thing that I could think of that that was following me could have possibly been, I would say, Nosferatu, vampire, Nosferatu, because it would make sense to me of the woman. I mean, how pale she was, like she had no blood in her body or something. She was pale. Maybe she was a ghost. I don't know. But yeah, the way the guy was dressed, very suspicious. Mind you, I was only 19 years old when all these things were happening to me. If I did have some beer in my system, I sobered up real freaking quick. There's one thing I could do, brothers and sisters. No matter how much beer I have in my system, that once I went up in a situation that to me it's a threatful manner or a matter of life or death, I sober up real quick and I'm like ready, ready to for whatever. Uh, so that's one of the experiences in a foreign country. Before I left Germany, brothers and sisters, they told me I had to go to this other place in Heidelberg because I had to fill out some paperwork and some things like that. And they were asking me a question about somebody that was missing and stuff like this. And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Then I'm in this, it's like there's a government, right? There's this room that I was in, and there was nothing but pictures on the walls, nothing but soldiers, just the picture. And I was like, hey, what's up with all the pictures on the wall? And they told me those are people that are AWOL. I said, what do you mean AWOL? I said, why would anybody go AWOL in a foreign country? I said, well, they're AWOL because they're missing. And if there's nobody, if they don't show up, and if there's nobody, then they're considered AWOL. Even if they could be dead or missing in action, right? That's what they consider them as AWOL. I seen like, I mean, the pictures were like little pictures, right? Of people all over the freaking wall. Man, if I were to tell you that possibly 1,000 pictures, it was a lot more than that. But the guy that I was speaking to told me that all those people were AWOL, that they're missing. So I was glad that I left Germany, man. Yeah. See, I've seen the Hammond. Uh, this it looked like a person. They were dressed and everything. It was not a dark shadow. It was like literally a person in a freaking like they were coming from a opera or something. The way they were dressed with the cape and everything. Yeah, but what freaked me out is when he went like that with his hat, like giving me kudos with his hat, because I was like this with my guard ready to fight him. I don't know what would have happened, brother and sisters, uh, but I was ready to fight him if I had to. Yeah, I was 19 years old in a foreign country, uh, and I went up in those incidents. That when I go back to the billets and I tell my friends or the other soldiers what happened, they were like, "Man," they would be drunk when I'd be telling them because they were coming from the club too. They were like, "Oh man, this is just your imagination. You're seeing things." I said, "Bullshit! I ain't seeing those things. They happen." Good night, Dick Richards. God bless you, brother. The other story I want to share it uh, tomorrow. She says Bruja night or Lechuza Brujas. I'll share that story tomorrow because it has to deal with that. So some of the buildings over there in Germany, you could see the markings on the walls where the bombs would explode. There were some buildings that were still damaged and markings of burning. Where a building burned or whatever. You can see the markings on the buildings and stuff like that. And a lot of Germans they don't like the Americans. So no, I wouldn't be surprised that some of those people, that got killed over there by the Germans. I did have friends that were Czech. One was Czechoslovakian, and the other was part Czechoslovakian and Puerto Rican. But they were sisters, and they own an apartment complex. I met them because some guys were trying to be disrespectful to them, and I told those guys to leave them alone, and so or else, I would have to take care of them. So I defended them because they were being very disrespectful. So they became my friends. Um, her name was Gabi, and the other one name was Rosita, because she was part Puerto Rican, and they became my friends. One of them was married, and they would always come pick me up at the billets. They had BMWs and Mercedes Benz. They would come pick me up. I'll be their chaperone, I guess you could say, and they would take me clubbing. They would take me to all the clubs. I didn't have to pay a single penny because they because of what I did for them. So we just go have a good time, and then afterwards we'll go back to their apartment complex because they own a big apartment complex. And in the bottom of the apartment complex, they had a bar, their own bar, and man, they had all kinds of drinks. So we'll be staying, listening to music, drinking till like around 5, 6 in the morning. I was only 19 years old. So those were my good friends. That they. I mean, I wasn't there that long. but they gave me the hospitality. I got to eat. I mean, Thanksgiving with them. They had a goose for Thanksgiving. They had those potatoes that are like in a ball. I can't remember the names. There's a certain name that they call them. They're like in a ball, and the serving was huge. The plate was huge. So like, golly, how am I going to eat all that? You know. So who do we got here? We got Sister Bonnie Honey Bear, Sister Linda Webb. There's the link right there. If anybody wants to jump on, I've seen a couple of people trying to jump on, but I was sharing the story. Uh, yeah, but sometimes the sensing abilities of sensing things I've always had, So I'm thinking it's things that showed themselves to me. They knew of my capabilities, so that's what they showed themselves to me, and they were telling me the things that they were telling me. I just didn't want to know them any other kind of way, you know. If whatever they were, I didn't want to know them any other kind of way. So I just maintain my faith and believe in Jesus Christ. I hope everybody has been enjoying the stories here tonight on Spiritual Cryptid Encounters. I started a little bit early. I figured I can go a little bit early and give the opportunity for somebody to jump on here. Um, but yeah, I've been around the world, brothers and sisters. Uh, Normally, when if something has happened in those locations, I'm able to sense spiritually what's there, whether it be a spirit of somebody, whether it be an unclean spirit or anything dealing of the spirit. I'm able to see spiritually the things that are there. It's ability that I've been having. Doesn't matter where I've been, it's still with me. It's something that I have to live with. And that's okay. The God blessed me with something that I'm able to utilize, not just to help myself, but to help others. Yes, there's 49 viewers here. Is there anybody that's willing to come on here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters? It is open mic night. Spiritual Encrypted Encounters open mic night. I've seen two people trying to come on here, so I'm gonna drop. There's a link here already. I'm gonna drop another link. See who wants to step up. Come up here and share a story. We wanna talk about stories or experiences that somebody has been through, right? Sharing is caring. Something that you've seen, you witnessed, something that possibly has affected you because of what you went through or what you've seen. Oh yeah, I used to. There's a lot of what they call them trails where people go walking. In Germany, they do a lot of exercise. So there's a lot of bike trails and walking trails, even in the woods, where they do they call them Volks marches, where they can walk from city to city, and there's posts where there's beer. You can drink a beer. But yes, there's a lot of activity in the woods. I experienced something there in the woods in Germany. Uh, of course, I was a tanker, so I knew that I had to keep my body as a weapon. So I run a lot of miles. I run like 20 miles, so my stamina would be superb. 20 miles a day, and I will lift weights, and I'll go training my senses, at nighttime. So that's when I witnessed something out there in the woods because that's where I would go train. I would go train in the woods because it was dark, and so fear will be out of the equation, right? Where I would train also my body as a weapon. You know, I'm not going to say what I would do, but the only thing I can tell you is it's dealing with energy, the energy within you, spiritual energy. And I was practicing, and I hit this tree. You know, the tree was real tall, and then all I hear is like the roots picked up, and the tree fell down. And I'm looking at my hands, like, whoa, you know, I knocked out the tree with pure energy. But the moment that happened, in the distance, in the woods, I hear a tree falling in the distance. Then another one, and another one. And as I'm looking, I see trees falling, coming my direction, that are getting closer and closer. At that time, I said to myself, I had no fear. I said to myself, I'm not ready to whatever that is. You know, I knocked one tree down, just knocking all the trees down. So I just turned around and walked out of the woods and went back to the billets. I think that was like the last time that I trained there in those woods because there was something out there and I couldn't see a figure or nothing. I was just seeing trees that were being knocked down by an unseen force. And that was the last time that I went training out there in the woods. Now, Brother Alan Garrigan, I've been experiencing things since I was a kid, since I've been through like 2.5, 3 years old, as far as I can remember. I've seen things of the balance, uh, dealing with brujas and lechuzas. Uh, I've seen people uh, being demonized with negative attachments on them. So ever since I've been a kid, my life has never been the same. It's been different. So this has been with me all my life. You know, I have ability to see things spiritually. I don't mind going to a location. You know, when I hear stories like they say that there's a werewolf or the dogman of the LBL, I don't mind going to those locations because if there is something there in spirit, I'll be able to track it down. You can say you could say I can track things down, um, whether it's a spirit, unclean spirit, uh, and sometimes spirits of literally that I'm placed in a location to find a. That's what happened to me not too like 4 years ago, I think 3, 4 years ago. I was doing an experiment because people always tell me like, "How come you don't take a weapon with you out there?" I said because what's out there is not nothing that I can do anything with a weapon. I said I know there's animals out there like coyotes, wildcats, cougars, and I used to deal with them while I was in the military. So you just leave them alone, and they'll leave you alone. Don't mess with them. They normally won't come at you. I said, but I'm gonna put something to a test because you know people were telling me. I think I got the video, man, but I don't know if you want to watch the video. I can play the video because I have it. I would just have to look for it. Where I got this selenite sword in my hand. Selenite is, you could say, it can store energy, and selenite is the closest thing you can get to a guardian angel or heavenly, or for angels to help you spiritually. That's what keeps selenite around my neck, and I keep black tourmaline around my neck to warn off negative energies. But of course, I got black obsidian here. But the number one protection is Jesus Christ, right? But there's nothing wrong to having additional protection. Uh, so I was doing this experiment, and as soon as I walk into the path, I lose connection, and all my hairs are standing up, and just feel like there's a lot of activity around me. But then my spirit told me, go through it, no fear. So I went through whatever was there. I went through it with no fear, and I got the selenite sword with me. I figured if they're going to drain something, they're not going to drain my energy. They can drain the energy out the selenite sword. So I'm walking with it, and I'm praying and talking, and recording, and I can hear all kinds of things around me, all kinds of disembodied voices, sounds. So I didn't let this stop me from uh, doing the video, but at the same time doing the test. So I turned and start walking with a selenite sword and using it like as a protection. So I got it in front of me as I'm walking. I get to this location and I see the back of a truck sticking out of the woods. So I was like, "Oh wow, there's a truck stick over there." So I go walking towards the truck and I start yelling, "Hey, is anybody out here?" Nobody saying nothing. I go look at the truck. I think that the keys were in the ignition or on the seat, or there was a wallet there. So I'm yelling, "Hey, is anybody out here? Y'all need help?" You know. I'm just recording and I'm not seeing nothing. So I go further up and I find this location where there was like somebody set up something out there in the woods with a mosquito net. And I'm like, "Hey, is anybody here?" And there was a tarp on the ground. And I'm looking, recording, but I'm not touching anything. And as I'm there, I start hearing all kinds of things. And, I start praying, "Our Father," and all this. And type on and rebuke in Jesus Christ, and I believe also. And I say, "You know what? I need to get out of here." So as I'm getting out of there, I'm hearing all things. The things that I'm hearing, I can hear them. But when I reviewed the footage, they're saying things like, "Let's get them. Let's get them now." Things like that. And when I reviewed the tape, I was able to get out of the area. When I got out of the area, I was in a parking lot that's there, and I said, "I need to call the police because there's a truck out there with the windows down. There's a keys and a wallet." So I contacted the police and I said, "I can wait for you here," but they never showed up. So I said, "Okay, I'm going home." It was a hot day that day. I got home. It was a Friday. They contacted me. They asked me if I could give them the coordinates to where this truck was, and I told them where it was at, how to get there. So they went and they did an investigation out there. They found the truck, but they also found a body. Well, the body that they found belonged to a person that had been missing for about 2.5, 3 months. They had been missing. Uh, and they found his body. So they were able to grab that body, and I think they I don't know if they buried it or cremated it, but they were able to put it in holy ground. And I'm thinking that's why I was there, to spiritually, so this person can be found. So the Heavenly Father places me in locations in that manner that I can track just about anything. Talk about shapeshifter skinwalkers, Wendigos. Uh, I got pictures of these things that because they see me, and they know they have to identify themselves. They identify themselves through spiritual law. So how do they identify themselves? Either they'll say something to me directly, just a body voice, or the photo by my recording. I have an image that I can share with y'all if y'all want to see it. I was gonna save it for tomorrow, but I do got an image of something that I can. While I was debunking my video, of an image of something right by the path of the entrance of the location that I go investigate. It's up to y'all if you want to see it. So I'm gonna give y'all the option if you want to see it. If you want to see this photo, give me a thumbs up, or that's option one. Or you want to see the footage of what when I encountered the truck out there. I do got the video of it here. So what do y'all want to see? Do y'all want to see the image of something that I captured out there from when I investigated 2 days ago out there in the woods, me and my brother? Or do you want to see the video where I got the selenite sword? Or if you just want me to talk and say stories, that'll be option three. One, show the picture that I captured. Two, the video. Or three, just continue to share uh, stories. Somebody says I do. Is it the picture that you want to see, or the video, or both? It's up to y'all. We got Sister Linda Webb says I do. Let me see something here real quick. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Set all options, please. Both. All right. So since I shared the story with you, let me go look for the video. We can share the video first. But there is a lot of activity in this area. So let me go find this video of what happened this day. Uh, let me track it down for y'all. That's what I'm gonna look for right now. Is that video? Let me see if I can track it down for y'all. And if somebody wants to jump on and share a story, uh, I can add you onto here. Just wait for me in the green lobby or in the lobby. I'm looking for that video, brothers and sisters. Yeah, I got so many videos here. But I'm looking for the specific video of when I'm out there with a selenite sword in my hand. I was testing it out uh, to see it would protect me from being having my energy drained out there because that's what they do. They try to drain your energy. I'm still looking. Hopefully, I can find it in here in the archives. There's so many other things that are popping up in here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Let me look at my thing again real quick and check it out differently. Shoot. Yeah, it's kind of like they set it up differently now. So it's got all kinds of stuff here. Okay, there's the short reels. Wow. So what I'm going to do for right now, brothers and sisters, what I'll do first is share the photo. So I'm going to send that till I find the video. Let me share the photo. Tell me what y'all think about this photo that I'm going to share, and then I'll go search for the video. Yeah, there was many times that I will go out there, and when I came out of the woods, I came out very weak, like my life source was being drained, and that's why I grabbed the selenite to protect me, so my energy wouldn't be drained. I know I have the video. I just have to find it, and I'll share it. But let me share the pictures while I look for the video. So, is there any takers that want to jump on? There's a link again. Okay, here we go. Let me share this photo with y'all. What do we got? Jesse H. Here we go. Here's the entrance, the path that goes into the woods. So there's something here in this. There might be several things, but there's one that stood out the most to me on this photo, which is around this vicinity here. There's something here in this vicinity. So I'm gonna take a little closer look to it. Uh, I have different photos of close up of it, So there's something there on the path, right by the path. Before even entering here, there's something like right here on this path. When it comes down to the spiritual side of things, right? So I'm doing a little more close up on it, and I got a couple of other close up pictures, which you're able to see something here, and possible something up here, but I'm focused on this here, right? So let me do another close up of it. I'm trying to get you the best view of it. And there is a couple of more other pictures that's even a closer view. But right here, you can see somebody like a face of a woman right in here, standing by the right by the edge of the path. So I just wanted to point that out. Let me see what y'all seeing. Let me give you the bigger picture. Made it bigger for y'all. Sorry about that. And I got a couple of close-ups of it. Yes, I got turquoise, Jesse. Jesse H. I got turquoise. I carry smoky quartz with me also to protect from any witchcraft or necromancy. Uh, I carry all kinds of special, I mean, of protection. But of course, the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, is the ultimate protection. But there's nothing wrong with having extra protection. So there's literally something there by the edge of the boat line, and it's looking. So I'm gonna do a more close up of it. Okay, can you see it there now? There's a face, and it's right there by the edge of the boat line. It's like a face. It looks like a woman, but it's too tall to be a woman. Because if you look at the height, but it's right there by the edge of the boat line. Yes, yes, sister. And they feed off of fear. So when I did this investigation, I was hearing all kinds of noises around me. Somebody whispering something, saying things, but there it is, right there, right at the edge. So let me get a little bit closer for y'all, because I got a couple of more that are close ups. Let me see how close I got it. I put different filters on it. Maybe this filter stand out the most. You're able to see the face right there. You might have a familiar with it. If it's like a witch, it might have a familiar with it right beside it, which will be here. But yeah, there's a face right here. Let me see which of those filters stand out the most. There you go. I think that one will stand out right there. Let me see how it looks in y'all screen. I did it as close up as I could. Possible succubus, incubus. Also, they that's what they do. They feed off your spiritual energy. Not it doesn't necessarily have to be that you're asleep. They can attack while you're awake. They'll come and attack through your senses, your mouth, your nose, your ears, tear ducts, and your privates. So they might try to zap some energy out of you. So let me look through my phone. I'm going to look for the video where you look at the picture. Y'all tell me what you think that is. I found it, brothers and sisters. Okay. I found the video also. So as soon as we finish with this picture here, we'll be able to share the video also. Oh yeah, and I've got different images of the same uh, facial look, but in different locations in the woods, where she literally is following me in the woods. You know, could also be a possible skinwalker, but yeah, I believe it's kind of like a succubus, where or a succubus slash maybe banshee of some sort. But yeah, she's looking. And that was right at the entrance, right at the entrance. And you can hear when you enter that area and you're walking, you could hear something walking beside you in the woods or running. You can hear the footsteps where they're running. And I just angled the camera just to see if I be able to catch the movement of whatever's moving out there. I've been out there at nighttime at like 3 in the morning, and I got that video also where there's moving all around me that I didn't know what was moving around me, and I had to pick up a piece of 2x4 and hold it in my hand because I didn't know it was a wildcat, a cougar, or a coyote, a pack of coyotes out there, that I had to pick up a piece of 2x4 that was on the ground just for protection. Yes, Sister Linda Webb, this is in Texas. Yes. Uh, Possible witch. That's what I'm thinking. Or I don't even know. Like I said, that even looks native. Maybe, but yeah, something in the nature, because it looks like it's got a familiar right there, right in front of it. You know, the witches normally travel like that, and with the familiar. Yeah, so I'm gonna show you the original picture, so y'all can see how tall she really is. I'm gonna go to, and that's not even the original. The original looks a lot different, but it's too far out. Here's the original. The original was further, but yeah, she is right here. Very tall. If this is the ground and she's that tall, I think that's like a good, man, I would say like 12 foot, even 13 foot tall, standing on the side of the path. It's tall, not unless she's elevated off the ground, you know, which is a possibility. But yeah, she's very tall from what the ground is. If I would go up here, if I walk up here, I'll probably be my height, probably around right here. So yeah, she's pretty tall. A good 10 feet, 11 feet. I decided to show you the original picture. And she's standing right at the edge of the path. So I'll go back to the photo here of the close-up of her. Yeah, and then Wilson, they're pretty tall. That's why I talk about the DDN, because of the height. The height, you know, they're tall. And what was tall in the Bible? The Nephilim, the DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim, were very tall. I think even Lilith, when she changed form, she was pretty tall. When she turned into the beastly form. But yeah, the Nephilim, no, witchcraft, necromancy, pretty tall. Yeah. And this is a different location, Sister Linda Webb. Same face, but in a different location. Yeah, something's with her, right? They're definitely with her. And there's a possibility there might be another one in the path, but I would say the one that's right in front of her. Let me see, give you a bigger angle of it. She's right here. Looks like something's here. And when we talk about shadow figures, and when we talk about shadow figures, right? Well, there's something blocking the path here. It looks like it's like a shadow figure, literally blocking the path. It's you're not seeing the road because the road is being blocked. See, you can see the road there, or maybe I'm seeing this. Let me see. Yeah, it could probably the road goes this way, so maybe this is just the woods. But yeah, definitely some activity here. I put the close up of it so I can check her out. Yeah, bruja, lechuza. You gotta remember uh, witchcraft and necromancy. They could be around us in that manner through witchcraft and necromancy, or the being summoned or something in that nature, right? Portals that they're manifesting. The veil is being thin, and your people are able to see these things. That's why I believe I'm able to capture them with camera. I have a couple other pictures that I want to debunk. I'll probably share them tomorrow. But yeah, I just want to share how she looks with y'all. So yeah, I was trying to get the best filter. I think this one shows her pretty good. There's the face, and I do have pictures of this face in other locations in the woods. I believe that she does follow, or whatever it is, right? That it does follow. So Jesse says, I grew up next to a bend in the Animas River. The place was crazy. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I send the video over to me. So I'm gonna log out of here and see if I received it. So do you all want to see the video of when I'm testing out the selenite sword? I would suggest if you want to really listen to it, put on some earbuds so you can see so you can hear uh, the disembodied voices that are saying things. the noises that are being said. If y'all got earbuds or you got your TV, you got this on your TV, turn on the volume, and you're going to hear the things that are what they're saying. Uh, if y'all ready to view the video of when I'm testing the selenite theory as using it as a weapon of protection, I'll play the video for y'all. If y'all ready. If y'all ready, give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to. There's a lot of activity in this video. That's what I'm saying. If you got your earbuds, put them on. You're gonna be able to hear things there. You're gonna hear sounds like possibly when you talk about a legion, sounds like a pig and snout sounds, something talking a different language. So put on your earbuds. I'm fixing to play for y'all. Okay, let's do it. Okay. It's a nice cloudy day, and I decided to come into the wooded area where I've been capturing a lot of pictures. Uh, I came out here this afternoon to test a theory. You know how, always people hear from people, how come you don't take a weapon in there and all this, and I tell them that I don't take a weapon because I believe these beings are DDNs, disembodied demonic Nephilim. But I do carry, protection. I pray before coming to the area. As a matter of fact, I'm going to pray right now. Heavenly Father, as I go into this area, please protect me spiritually and keep me protected at all times. This is a praying in your name. Amen. I fastened a little bit, and I brought my own weapon of just to test out a theory, because as you see, I got this bracelets around my neck, for protection against negative energies. And I do have a weapon with me, and I'm going to show it to y'all right now. But it's not a weapon of what y'all think. A lot of people carry weapons into environments. I've been prior military in wooded areas all around the world. I've been in the desert, and I've carried man-made weapons. Whether you want to call them 50 cals, 240s, in the tank, the main 120, the 120 Mike, 9 mils, and M16s. I carried this stuff into these environments. But right now, I have my little prayer that I did. There's bracelets that go around my neck. I got smoky quartz, citrine, white calcite. I got what is this the other one called? I can't remember on top of my name, but I got several protection around my neck. And also, so we're gonna push this to a theory, right? And that's why I came out here. I haven't gone into there yet, but I got me the selenite sword. It's made out of, for those who do not know what selenite is, there's a selenite sword that I have. I just had it for display at the house. But I'm carrying it into this environment, since people talk about weapons. So it's in a shape and form of a weapon. But for those who know what selenite is and what it does, if you have minerals or stones, you can place a selenite on it. This charges the energy from the sun, from the moon, but it also charges your minerals. You can place some minerals on top of the selenite. Selenite, for what I understand, is one of the closest things you can get into heaven, because selenite protects your home. It also attracts angels and guardian angels to come and visit. That's what selenite does. So I'm testing this theory out today. So I'm going to go towards the woods. It's right in front of me. I'm just going to keep the camera facing my way, just in case anything surfaces up, because I've been out here, and the times that I've gone in here, I really just have the protection that I have, my prayer and but this time I got the selenite sword. I never carried selenite with me, so I have the selenite sword here. So if there's anything that's demonic, the DDNs, or any negative attachments, they will know what the selenite is and what it stands for. And if they surface up or become a certain way, I'll let y'all know. So I'm gonna try to keep quiet as I do this video. Let me face the camera forward for right now. So we're in the area right now. If I feel anything or sense anything, I'll point the sword, the selenite sword, to wherever I'm sensing. I'm sensing some energy here already. So energies are coming all around me right now. Well, I almost lost y'all there, brothers and sisters. I almost lost y'all. There was a lot of energy around me. As I walked into the area, I was pointing the sword, and I was feeling all these energies around me. And I got the sword right now in my hand as to show as a defense, because I believe what's out here is a DDN, but they're all around me right now. As soon as I walked in the path, I lost connection. So I have my sword here. I backed up out of the path. So I'm gonna show you where I'm at. I just entered that path right there, and I felt surrounded by this DDN. So I got the camera facing this way. So as I entered the path and I was pointing, I lost connection. So I didn't even know if I'm talking properly right now. But I was surrounded by some energy that was all around me as I have the selenite sword in my hand, right? I was surrounded and I lost connection. So I'm going to attempt to go back in. I'm going to face the camera that direction. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. I'm attempting to go in here again. Like I said, I'm using it as a weapon right now, a spiritual weapon. And I was sensing energy right here, pretty hot and heavy. As I was standing right here, it surrounded me. So I'm going to continue to move on forward. How you doing, brother Carlito? Man, you missed it, brother Carlito. I'm making a experimental, what should I say, video right now. You know how every time I come into the woods, people always tell me, how come you don't got a weapon with you and all this stuff, and I tell them that I just go with what I have. I do my little prayer. I got my bracelets around my neck, and that's what I go in with. And I've noticed that when I've come into the wooded areas like this, that sometimes I feel spiritually drained. So I'm doing a test right now. What I have in my hand
It's actually a display, but it's made out of selenite. It's a selenite sword, right? Selenite is pretty strong. It brings guardian angels and angels to your assistance. You know, it's a protector. So I got this piece of selenite in the sword form. You know, since people talk about weapons, you know, and I'm using it spiritually. You know, so I got it in my hand right now. And as I was entering the wool line, I felt a lot of energy surround me, and I started losing my live feed. Right, it's like I lost connection. You know, like as soon as I entered, there was so many energies around me, and I have this as protection. So I'm gonna use it all the way through this video. I got it on my left hand, so I'm sensing spiritually. Right now, I'm having problems with my right arm when all those energies, you could say, try to attach themselves to me. I feel a lot of heaviness on my right arm right now, but I still got the protection in my hand of the selenite sword. You know, it's not sharp or nothing like that. It's just a selenite sword where I can place my minerals to energize them up. But I'm using it as a spiritual to show the people that if anything surfaces up into this video, you know, I do have protection. I have a spiritual sword of selenite with me, and I'm just making this video, and I'm gonna go with it with what I have right now. But I'm thinking I'm gonna place it on I'm placing the selenite sword on my right hand where I'm hurting right now from my shoulder. So I'm gonna continue to make this video like this and just walk. This just is a test, you know. Hopefully I caught something at the entrance where I feel a lot of energies around me where they try to attack me. Me having the selenite sword. Like I said, I feel some tension on my right arm, on my shoulder area. But I put the selenite sword on my right arm now. So I changed the angle of the camera. So this is just a spiritual test. You know, I have my faith. I have my protection around me. And apparently at the entrance, I got spiritually assaulted right off the bat by this energies where I lost the light feed right off the bat as they had surrounded me already. But I'm walking. I'm going to go through here, you know. When you have God on your side and you maintain a love foundation, fear is out of the equation. Maybe when we were younger and we witnessed things, right, that we wasn't able to react to it because we're too young to know the things that we know now. That's why I'm out here. So I'm going to angle the camera the other way so we can see where I'm at. So you see, it looks like I know the leaves here in Texas are falling down, but this tree stay the same, man. Like they don't lose no leaves or nothing. So I'm gonna walk the area where I seen the big DDN looking at me through the wool through the trees, who was down there yonder. So I'm walking just to see if I can see anything visually with my naked eyes. And we'll see what happens. See, as I'm holding the sword on my right hand, the pain that I was feeling went away. In the beginning of the video, so I was going to point that area over there that I'm pointing at. That's why I seen that huge DDN that I caught on video. So I'm angling, you know, to see if I see anything. You know, like the trees here are pretty green right now still. I hear something saying something back here. Something, actually a disembodied voice. I'm hearing disembodied voices right now, brothers and sisters. Back here. And I'm hearing movement back here. And I wish I had a bigger amplifier that you're able to hear what I'm hearing over here. For some reason, I keep on hearing noises over here on my right side. So I'm gonna just keep the camera angle this way, I guess. That's where I'm getting most of activity, and I'll keep an eye to the left. But I do keep on hearing something over here in this vicinity, something making a noise. Now I heard a disembodied growl coming from up ahead. If there's anything here in this area that don't like me to be here, you're more than welcome to show yourself to the camera. I'm here because this is my time. I'm here in spirit and in flesh with the Heavenly Father. I'm going to continue to walk, brothers and sisters. Like I said, this is a test with a spiritual selenite sword. I mean, the sword can't cut nothing. Like I said, it's for a display. But I just have it as on me just to see what happens. And as it is, activity is picking up. It's been picking up since I first got into the path with it in my hand. I guess the DDN sees me as a spiritual threat now. You know, as before, I wouldn't come in here with no kind of weaponry, but I got this piece of selenite and they don't like it. Whoa. Well, something's up over here. Look at what's over here, guys. There's a truck in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to go check it out. Well, there's an abandoned truck in here where the key's in the ignition, and I'm not seeing nobody here right now. And I'm looking. Hello, is anybody here? Somebody's abandoned truck here, brothers and sisters. Wow. Is anybody here? Hello? Is anybody out here? Hello? Oh, brothers and sisters, I'm gonna have to call the police on this one. Oh, this has just gotten very interesting, brothers and sisters. I just found a green truck with keys inside of it. Let me see if there's anything else up this way. Hello, is anybody out here? Hello? Well, it's like a very interesting, brothers and sisters. I found an abandoned truck in a place where somebody might be staying. I'm calling out their name to see anybody's here. Nobody's answering. I found this out here. I don't see no sleeping bag or nothing. But this life got real interesting. What there is that I encountered was a truck in the wool line with the keys in the ignition, but no person, nobody around. I'm gonna take you to where it's at. Yeah, I'm looking around to see if there's anybody around, but here's a truck that I found abandoned, and it's got the keys in ignition, So I'm trying to look to see if I see anybody. That's the license plate number of the vehicle. There's a truck with the ignition keys in the ignition, but nobody around. I'm gonna head on back out this ways. That's weird, brothers and sisters. What I just encountered. You know, who in their right mind is gonna leave their keys in the ignition unless something happened to them? I didn't see no sleeping bag there. What I'm gonna do when I finish this live video, I'm gonna contact the police department and let them know what I found out here. But I'm still recording. I'm gonna face the camera this ways. But I still got the cylinder sword here in my hand. I mean, it could be a homeless person or somebody that might be hunting out here. But why would they leave the keys in the ignition? So I'm going to keep let me face the camera my way for right now. Why would they leave the keys in the ignition is a bigger question. No, who in the right mind is going to leave the keys in the ignition out in the woods? So I'm facing the camera with me right now, so I can get out of here safely. Oh, I just seen something over here peeking over the tree. It was peeking over that tree right there. Something was peeking over that tree and it went down. Let me get out of here, guys. He's just kind of shell-shocked right now. Not shell-shocked, but that I encountered the vehicle with the keys in the ignition. Nobody in the right mind is going to leave their keys in the ignition out there like that. Not unless something might have happened to that individual. I'm going to face the camera towards the front, just in case anybody pops up out of nowhere trying to surprise me. And I'm angling it all directions, just in case. And then looking behind me through the corner of my shoulder. You know, last time that I came here to make the video, I remember hearing a voice, a disembodied voice of a man saying, "Help me." But I didn't go that direction. I went the opposite direction. I went this direction, which was this path. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the police department and tell them about the vehicle that's out here in the woods with the keys in the ignition. I'm almost out to the exit right now. I'm still looking. All right, I'm gonna face the camera in my direction. You know, that's why I heard a disembodied voice saying, "Help me," in one of my TikToks, and I placed it on YouTube. If you really listen to it, somebody saying, "Help me," on it. And maybe this, since I didn't go that direction, maybe the truck's been sitting there for a while. But what I'm gonna do is call the police department about the vehicle that's out here abandoned with the keys in the ignition. See if they send a squad car this ways to be able to ID what's it, whose truck does it belong to, if the person is missing. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I'm gonna head on out of the path now. Still got my protection here beside me. Thank you all for tuning in, brothers and sisters. We'll see what happens as I call. I'm gonna call the police department. Anyways, brothers and sisters, at this time I'm going to pray. Heavenly Father, at this time I pray for, if there's any negative energies around me, you're not welcome to follow me. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus' name. Amen. Everybody have a blessed day, brothers and sisters. And thank you all for tuning in and supporting the group. The videos, the pictures that I share means a lot. But I got to make this phone call right now. Everybody have a blessed day. Peace out.
There you go, brothers and sisters. As you can see on the video, I'm over here listening to it, and I hear all those disembodied voices saying something. I mean, like a lot of activity. It's like they didn't want the person to be found. So the disembodied voices were like all throughout the video. They didn't want the person to be found. But thank God that contacted the police, and they went to go. I guess they searched the truck, and then they might have brought some dogs or to search the area, and they was able to find the owner of the truck, which he had been missing for I think 2 or 3 months. You heard the disembodied voices. I know y'all heard them. They're all over the place. It's like they didn't want me to help out. They're trying to stop me from. It felt like they're trying to stop me from getting out of there, because they were all around. This disembodied voices, but I did have the selenite with me. And the crazy thing about that, brothers and sisters, is that the piece of selenite, when I got home, I was going to put it back up. I had it in my hand, and something hit the selenite, and it broke the selenite. So, let me see. I think I have what's left of my sword. This was left on my sword. Something broke it from coming from that investigation. I had it in my hand. I was gonna put it up, and they hit it, and it broke. So here's the selenite sword. What's left of it? I can probably try to fix it, but I just wanted to show you that they did not like me taking the selenite sword in there. When I made it home, it got hit out of my hand. I mean, literally hit it and broke it in half. I put it to the spiritual test. That's why I took the selenite sword. And as you can see, activity ramped up out there. But in a sensible way, I'm glad I took the selenite sword. I had the selenite sword with me because it protected me. And man, I've been wanting to re-debunk this video, but I don't know if I want to because there's so much activity in there. Only God knows what they're saying. You know, I mean, y'all heard the disembodied voices. They're saying a lot of things, and you know, I want to debunk it more. But yeah, it's too much activity. You can see the DDN or the demonic spirits roaming all throughout the beginning of the video. You can see movement everywhere I walked. There was movements that I could probably shorten, lower down the speed to see what it's moving, and maybe that'll be my project. Re-debunk this video at a lower speed, see what I can capture. No, no, Sister Linda Webb. They never said how he. I never heard how he passed away or nothing like that. They didn't say how he died, what happened to him. They never said nothing like that on the news. The only thing they said that they recovered the vehicle and his body. That's all they said. I just want to say to people, man, I don't know if the gentleman was going through things or whatever. I just want y'all to know that you're never alone. Jesus Christ is always with us. Don't let these unseen forces make you think that nobody loves you or that you stand alone, because if it gets you thinking that way, then it's got the upper hand over you. And I'm thinking that's what might have happened to this fella, just by the evidence of all the disembodied voices that were out there. I mean, there were many. Whoever had their earbuds on or if they had their smart TVs on, you heard them. There was many, and I could hear them too. That's why I was walking with caution, trying to keep no fear, and that's why I kept on praying, because there was a lot of activity out there. That's right, Sister Linda Webb. That's exactly what they were. Just like you saying it right there. There's demonic in nature. You see the activity moving, how they're moving in spirit, moving fast. They were all around me at the beginning of the video where they surround me. They came at me from all directions. That it cut the live. How you doing, cousin Jesse? It is still open mic night. So if anybody want to jump on, I hope y'all enjoyed the video. That video, if y'all want to debunk it yourself, but all I'm saying that be careful when you're debunking also, because you don't want nothing transferring, right? So yeah, there was a lot of activity, like something didn't want me to be there. Luckily, I had the piece of selenite or the selenite sword in my hand. Had the necklaces around my neck, the things I was wearing on my wrist. I had the black tourmalinas protection, those are the works that I do here, that I used to do, well, that I still do, brother and sisters. You know, that I can go to a location. If there's something there, I can track it down spiritually. You know, that's what I do. And there's that evidence right there that you could tell that whatever was there was trying to keep me away from that area. But I kept on pushing forward because I felt that the Heavenly Father was guiding me. There was a reason that I grabbed the selenite sword, that he wanted me to use it to break through the barrier of all these unclean spirits that were preventing from him to be found. You know. Oh yeah, yeah. Imagine hearing it without the recording. That it tells you something right there and then. You know, says a name or cusses at you. Say makes a growling sound, but you know, fear factor. I don't give it the spiritual open interfere. I just wanted to share that video. The reason I want to share that video with you, brother and sisters, is because somebody lost their life. How it happened, I do not know. But I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ that I was able to go there, find the truck, give the information to the police department that was help them go find the truck and then find the person that was missing. And I just thank the Heavenly Father for protecting me also, and protecting me from those demons that were out there. I'll say it like that. The demonic forces that were out there. There were many. Yes. Yeah, at the beginning of the video is when they ambushed me. They came from all directions because they didn't want me there. You know, there's things I can see the person that has a Heavenly Love Foundation. You know, seen that as soon as I said that, it's kind of like the screen got dark. The light is not flickering or nothing. But yeah, they know who has a Heavenly Love Foundation. So they ambushed me at the entrance of the path because they didn't want me to go in there because they knew that I follow my spirit. You know, with the Heavenly Love Foundation through Jesus Christ, that eventually I was gonna track it down. They didn't want me there. I've been tracking things down since I was a kid. People will call me to their homes, especially if they have activity in their house, like spirits or unclean spirits. I would always track them down, uh, see them, how they looked, and everything. Then I would tell them, "Hey, you're gonna leave this house. You're not welcome here." And then they would look at me and they would leave. Uh, there were people will call my mom if I could go to the homes because they lost, like for example, there was a lady who lost her jewelry. She lost her wedding band. And she was married for like 70 something years. She was crying. She couldn't find it nowhere. So I searched her house first. I couldn't sense nothing there. Then I went to the backyard and I sensed something. And when I dropped down, the ring was in the grass. And I was able to find a ring that she was missing. And she was all happy. So those are the abilities that I have. I've always had those abilities. That's what I bring to spiritual and cryptid encounters. That I can assist people spiritually. Just like, even though the person wasn't here amongst us anymore, I was still able to assist the spirit, so he could be found and placed in holy ground. And as you can see, there was a lot of resistance because they were coming at me. They didn't want me to get near them. You know, when I got near their vehicle, you could hear them All this disembodied voice is what they were saying. They didn't want me there. And especially when I went to the where the tent was, or the net, mosquito net, you could hear them there too. It's like they didn't want me in that area. Does anybody want to come on and share a story? Is a question. I'll drop a link one more time. If not, I can call it a night, or I can do something else. I can find you another video, nighttime video, at 3 in the morning, when I went there into those woods at nighttime. You figure I caught all that activity during the day, or it's daylight. Well, I went there at nighttime and I caught activity too. Maybe y'all can leave your earbuds on if you want to watch that video. I didn't last too long in there that evening. I can tell you that right now. You might hear a banshee in there also in the video. If y'all wanna, we got, I can go another couple of, y'all want to see that video, give me a thumbs up. I'll find it, and we'll share it. It's when I did a night investigation out there in the woods. Oh yeah, they were all around me, Sister Edna. The DDN, they're all around. On my left flank, right flank, in front of me, behind me, they're all around me. But I had my protection, I had my faith, believe in Jesus Christ, and of course I had the selenite sword with me. That was just an experiment, right? Spiritual test to see what will happen, and they did not like it. Okay, let me go look for the video. If y'all want to see the nighttime video, imagine that much activity during the day, that who in their right mind would want to go there at nighttime? So let me go and look into the archives, see if I can find the nighttime video the nighttime video I did out there. I'm looking for the video right now. Who's the one that has the earbuds on? Is it you, Sister Edna? Okay, this is a nighttime video of me going into the woods. I think I have 2 nighttime videos, but I want to share this one with y'all. I think in this one, Sister Edna, whoever has their headsets on, or they got it on the smart TV, I think you could hear the banshee on this one. And I'm out there by myself at nighttime, like around 3 in the morning. So let me get that video for y'all. There you go. Here we go. Let's play this video. Here we go. Let's do this. You ready? Okay, here we go.
As for me, can I go to sleep? I'm wide awake. With so many things that are happening, I'm trying my best of my abilities to maintain a love foundation. But I've come out here by myself to the location that I go investigate, just to see if anything surfaces out spiritually. Sometimes when things are happening to us spiritually, we're being targeted spiritually. You don't want nothing to affect your family members, so you have to put yourself out there in the open in order to find out if there is a spiritual hit or there is something unseen trying to come up against you. So you have to overcome your fears. I just got here. I wasn't even here. I barely got out of the vehicle and I heard somebody say my name already. The spirits are always around, whether it's day or night. So I heard my name being said over here to the right. So I'm going to start walking down this path and we'll see. I heard my name said like 2 times or 3 times over here to the right. I might point the camera to where I heard it, but before I go down over here to investigate to this path, the reason I'm doing this is, if somebody's doing a spiritual hit against me in a spiritual manner, well, it's going to be a spiritual hit that's coming up against me. That I'll be able to defend myself and deflect it to go back to the sender. That's why I'm out here doing this. Well, I'm going to face the camera the other way. This is nothing new. It's not new for me. I've done this numerous times. When I used to be in Elms Grove, I used to fight spiritually all the time. Where activity was picking up around my home, I will go into their territory at nighttime, in the middle of the night. And this is, like I said, nothing new to me. So I'm going to face the camera the other way. If I hear anything or sense anything, after I do this video, I will debunk it. But I'm always sure there's sensing forces that are around. They know what's happening. They know everything because they're looking for the spiritual opening. I've already prayed, and I have my protection around my neck. So I'm going to face the camera the opposite way. Got the light on it. I don't know if I should have the light on it, but here's where I heard my name being called 3 times. So I'm going to go into the area. When I was walking, looking down toward the tree line, I seen a white eye shine, possibly deer. I don't know if I should turn off the light or leave it on. I might just leave it on, not unless it shuts off by itself. This is how I re-energize myself through make my foundation stronger, is put it to the test. We gotta fight spiritually. In order to fight spiritually, when you talk the talk, you gotta do the walk, right? People talk about boots in the ground and all this stuff. I'm up here by myself. I'll turn the camera around so you can see there's nobody around me, just me, myself, and I, and of course Jesus Christ. If anything surfaces up, it's going to surface up, and hopefully we can catch something here on camera. I'm already sensing something right here. The hairs are standing up, so they know I'm here. I'm more sure they know of what I've been through, what I've been going through this past week. But I'm still going to continue. I just heard movement to the right. There you go. Some kind of bird. Maybe a lechuza right here by the trees. If y'all recognize the area, you already know what area it is. It's the area where I come do my investigations during the day. So I'm walking in their time frame. I'm hearing some whispers over here to the left. I just heard somebody talking over here to the left of me. Sounded like a man saying something. Hopefully I got it on EVP, you know, when I debunked this video. You know, I'm not here to try to interrupt anybody's peace, or if this your grounds, you know, I'm not here for any kind of disturbance. I'm just here spiritually for a reason. You know, if there's any unseen spirits here, they know what's going on, because you're trying to find a spiritual opening. You're either going to make your presence known, or you're going to say something to know what's going on. I'm just here to tell y'all that my love foundation is strong. I have Jesus Christ with me. And I'm not afraid. I'm here because certain individuals are coming up against me spiritually. You know, they're promising y'all things that they can't upheld. So I'm here to let you know that my love foundation will remain, and that eventually, whatever they promised y'all, you have to go back to the sender, because you're not getting it from me. That's why I'm here right now, in your time frame and your territory, where you roam. I remember when the lechuza appeared like 3 weeks ago, you know, in front of my house. You know, whether it was just people coming up against me because they belong to a cult, or I'm affiliated with God, with Jesus Christ. I'm not afraid of any unclean spirits, demonic spirits, or anything in that shape or form, because God is with me. I just heard something. It sounded kind of like a screech, or kind of like a sound of a woman. I'm just letting you know that I'm going to continue to fight spiritually against y'all, or anybody affiliated with y'all. I suggest you go back to the sender, or whoever is coming up against me and my friends up spiritually. I suggest you go back to the sender. Whoever called you to come up against me spiritually, go back to them, because I will fight spiritually. I will rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, through the name of Jesus Christ. There was something definitely around me. I could hear it. Sounded kind of like a banshee. It sounded like when I debunked this video, I'm more sure I caught something. Especially when I went around the bend. You know, they'll surface up. Spiritually, they'll surface up. And by spiritual law, they have to identify themselves. That's why I know right now, what I heard in there, it's definitely, there is some witchcraft and necromancy happening right now. They have to ID themselves spiritually, especially when somebody conjures up a demon or something in nature to do a spiritual hit. They have to identify themselves to the children of God. That's why I'm attending Love Foundation, so they can ID themselves. But definitely I heard what seemed to be like a woman screeching of some sort in there, sounding like a banshee. And I'm more sure I caught some activity when I debunked this video, whether it's through the disembodied voices. I just wanted to put it to the test that I know how strong my faith in my Love Foundation is, but I wanted to put it to the test just to catch the unseen forces that are around me that are trying to come up against me. And for what I witnessed in there and what I heard, there was a lot of activity. But now that I made my spiritual stance against it and said what I had to say, it has no choice but to go to the sender. It's kind of like when somebody's targeting you, they come in numbers, like old boy said, in many. They come in many. Well, Jesus Christ, when you call upon him to rebuke him through Jesus Christ's name, the Heavenly Father and his angels come in many also to fight for you spiritually. I'm going to wait here for a little bit. But you heard that, brother. You're there as a witness, Brother Christopher. This is what I do. I even got a little bit of tears coming out of my eyes. I don't know if it's allergies, but it was definitely a lot of activity. It's kind of like when I was in there and I heard that the banshee sound of the woman. I could feel like a magnetic energy around me, like something was circling me. But I know that's my cue to let me know that yes, I just heard footsteps right here beside me. Right beside me, I heard footsteps. It's my cue to letting me know that there is a spiritual hit. They have to identify themselves through spiritual law. And that's why I made this video. I wanted to make sure that my instincts are right. That's why I came out here in the middle of the night. And here's my car by itself. My car's here by itself. I come by myself when I do these things. It's right here. There's nobody here. Nobody in the front seat. Nobody in the back seat. So y'all can see. But yeah. There was a lot of activity there, brother. They were circling around me. I could feel them to the right, whereas it was a bunch of them, and I could hear the banshee, the woman scream. Like a sonar, like trying to throw me off balance. Because I had prayed before I went in there. So they try to sound like some kind of sonar, but I could hear like a woman, not a regular woman, but a banshee, like something in that nature, like trying to interrupt my spiritual aura. Whatever it is, it's in there. Before I got in there, like I said before, I was hearing people calling my name. There's nothing new, man. In the Rio Grande Valley, that's the way it was. When I lived in Raymondville, Texas, I was constantly fighting spiritually against witches and warlocks. When I was young, they'd be calling my name. I go out there with no fear. They wouldn't show themselves, but the only thing they would do is make noises and whispers because they know that I was special. They knew that I had certain capabilities to be able to fight them spiritually. So they will come to me like that, so this is nothing different. I just came out here. I'm feeling better, man, actually. I went out here, so if there was something upon me, it goes out to the jurisdiction, and I'm saying, hey, I'm going to continue to fight spiritually and maintain my love foundation. If somebody did a spell or some kind of necromancy, or they got together as a group, as a unit to come against us spiritually, I just broke that right now. I just broke that in the woods. You heard all the activity, right? Brother Christopher, did you hear that banshee noise that was in there? Oh yeah, the valley is like that, man. But I had to do this because I wasn't feeling well. I said, I need to do this. I need to stand my spiritual ground and show who I am, And there was a lot of activity in there. Especially when it went around the bend, man. Got pretty hot and heavy. So I know now just about what happened in there. In their time frame of when they do their conjuring of spells and necromancy witchcraft, that I know for a fact now that something in that was in play. But I just broke it. I broke the spell right now. So it's got to go back to the sender because it stood my ground. That's why I meant to yell when I said that, I'm going to fight spiritually. It got pissed off. It got pissed off because it didn't want to get rebuked. So where is it going? It's going back to the sender now. That's why I came out here. That's why I came out here. Whoever conjured up that spell or try to send somebody my way or our way is going back to the sender. That's all I got to say. And it's beyond my control. Like I said, I've fought like this spiritually numerous times, brothers and sisters. Brother Christopher, thank you for being here so you can witness it for yourself. This is nothing new to me. I was born into this because a certain family members were involved in certain things that I didn't know of. But when I seen all the activity around me, I noticed and I started figuring out things on my own. But it all has to do with how we want to be as individual. What side we want to affiliate ourselves with. So I know about both sides of the balance. So for those people that are within that cult over there in Oklahoma, I know about both sides of the balance. So I know how to fight both sides of the balance. But the greatest way to fight both sides of the balance, or should I say, your side of the balance, with the Love Foundation. You picked the wrong guy. That's all I can tell you. Y'all picked the wrong guy. Yes, brother. Sometimes you have to go out there just to see what's around you, so it can leave you. When I went there into the darkness without fear, and I made the spiritual stance, whatever was around me trying to infiltrate took off, because I was ready to fight it spiritually. I basically challenged it spiritually, challenging spiritually, and I was ready to rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name. And they got pissed. They got something. You'll see, man. It's going to go back to the sender. That's all I got to say. I can't wait till I get home and debunk this video, because the sound that banshee or whatever it was that was amongst me, it yelled. It was like a screech of some sort, and it was very upset. I believe I seen movement to my right, but it didn't come towards me, because I was ready to rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. I was ready to fight. I can after what I'm gonna do when I get home, I'm gonna debunk the video, and I'm gonna get to the part where I heard the banshee or witch, whatever you want to call it, make that ugly noise. Yes, brother Christopher. This is not the this is nothing new to me, man. I've been doing this, like I said before, all my life, battling like this. Whether it was in Germany, whether it was when I was out there in Operation Desert Storm, when I went back to the desert, and this is something I do, man. People might understand it because they don't know the spiritual aspect of this side of it. I do know it. That's why I'm out here, and I'm glad you're with me as I was walking there, so you can see what I'm talking about. Oh yeah. Well, I actually heard it and seen something. I seen some movement, man. Something run away from me, right there, right beside me. Then when I was walking here, I heard a noise like something trying to run my way, but it stopped. It took like 2 steps and stopped. You know that saying, you get rid of one, they'll come in more. But no, I stood my spiritual ground. I went in their time frame when they're supposed to be the strongest, and I made my spiritual stance with no fear. But anyways, yeah, there was a lot of activity around me. There was a lot of activity. It's kind of like when I was around the bend and I heard that screech of everything moved real fast. Like you could say, like time shifted in some kind of way where everything spun. That's how it felt. Like when it made that sonar sound or whatever, it like everything spun on me. But I'm here. But I think that's it for right now. Let me go to the vehicle. Yeah, brother. The reason I came out here is because I don't want it to affect my family. So if something's gonna happen, it's gonna happen around me. If there's something that's attached to me, then I go to the open space. So if there's something attached to me, it's either gonna fight me spiritually or it's gonna leave. And it left instead of fighting me spiritually. And I'm doing it out here in the open space, because if you do it at your house, then it's just going to try to find a place to hide. My house is blessed and protected, so that's why I come out in the open to fight spiritually out here. And you heard it, brother. You heard it. All I know is this: when he can't get what he wants, he goes back to the sender. When you have Jesus Christ protecting you, then it's go back to the sender 7 times fold. So whatever was wished against me is going to go back to the sender 7 times fold. That's why I came out here. Spiritually, I was told to come out here, and I came out here. And it wasn't through hearing voices of anything or anything. Just spiritually, I was told to come out here and fight spiritually. Christ.
What you want to do is
There we go, brothers and sisters. I do have a couple of more night videos, but I think at the 4-hour mark, I'm going to call it a night. Yeah, the videos that when I go investigate, yeah, they surface up this, whatever you want to call them, spirits, disembodied spirits, fragmented souls, DDN, Legion, demons. They manifest and they do not like me because I walk with the Heavenly Love Foundation, so they'll try to disrupt my recordings. They try to make all kinds of noises to affect the video. Uh, but go to the part where when I said that there was a banshee, because she did make a like a scream or screech that it kind of, she tried to throw my balance off. Yeah, well, I said that there was a banshee. If you were to go back to the footage, you'll be able to see what seems some eyes that are there. You'll be able to see the eyes looking. Where I said there's like a banshee, because you can see a glow of some kind of eyes in there. You know what? I'm going to go back on that footage, and I'm going to try to go to the part where the banshee is and see what I can do. Edit it, cut the, because I never got to debunk it, so cut the footage to that part to see what I capture. I'm gonna do that. But I hope everybody liked tonight's live feed. And I wish that there would have been. I think people like coming live here on Spiritual Cryptid Encounters for open mic night on Tuesdays. That's when people show up. Good night, Primo. Good night. Thank you for tuning in. I'm trying to wait for the 1 hour marker here. So yes, there's a lot of activity. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's activity in every single area, but there is spirits everywhere. This, whether it's unclean spirit or whatever, they're everywhere. Uh, Almost every location that I've been, it doesn't have to be certain spots. It could be within the city. I always run into something. That's been the story of my life. I always run into something because I have the ability to see what's in spirit. Just like I have the ability to see what's in spirit, I can tell what a person is up to. Whether the person has good intentions towards me, whether a person is plotting against me, a person is pretending to be my friend or infiltrating. I can tell. I don't tell people nothing of what I know. I just keep it to myself. It's this ability I have. I keep it to myself because what I'm hoping here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters is for people to awaken spiritually. I mean, I want them to be able to ready to get prepared to be able to fight here in the present and for the future. Trying to bring people that are stuck in the past, bring them to the present. If they're stuck in the past, they're going to remain in the past, right? So I'm trying to awaken people spiritually to bring in where the battleground is right now, which is here in the present. Here in the present. I want them to awaken spiritually, to have their relationship with Jesus Christ so they can protect themselves and their loved ones. That's why I do this. And that's why I do this, And I'm showing you there's no trickery in my videos or nothing. It's just me, myself, and I when I go and do the investigations. To me, I see it better that way when I go out there by myself, because sometimes when there's more than one person, there's interference, because somebody might speak something, and when they say something can be said around you spiritually, or sometimes it may not even surface up. This unclean spirits or whatever you want to call them, they might not surface up because you have somebody else with you, right? So that's why I do the works that I do. You see that video? I just had the light off my phone. I had no big old no light. I'm not walking around my vehicle in a circle, parking and driving in the dirt road and parking the vehicle, and I'm literally walking in the darkness. I used to battle like that in Elms Grove all the time. By the creeks, in the woods, wherever. I was in the military 8.5 years. That's what I would train. Would train daytime and nighttime in the woods. So I'm not afraid to be in the darkness or in the woods. Normally, animals will leave you alone, not unless you mess with them. Because I know there's mountain lions, wild cats, rattlesnakes, water moccasins, wolves, rabid dogs, and all kinds of other critters out there. But I just that's the evidence that I have of what you heard, right? Because you listen for yourself. That's my evidence to let you know that these things that are around us is more of spirit, or should I say, unclean spirits, demonic spirits, than flesh, right? That's why when I talk about cryptids, people talk about Bigfoots and dog man and all this. Well, I'm showing you what's around. The disembodied voices or what they're saying is not good because they're demonic in nature. So if you start giving the power of belief of what you're hearing or the manifestation that they take, that's an opening. So what you do is the opposite. Don't believe what you're saying, what you're seeing. Don't believe what you're hearing. Pray against it. Say the deliverance prayer, the Our Father, or say, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Maintain your heavenly love foundation, your faith and believe in Jesus Christ. That's the message. Focus on who makes you who you are. Don't give power to the enemy of any spiritual opening. Oh yeah, they're out there. The banshees, the succubus, incubus, they're out there also. The dark shadow figures, demons, the legion, Lilith and the children, uh, anybody shapeshifter skinwalkers, anything that has dabbled in the dark arts, shapeshifter skinwalkers, brujos, brujas, witches, warlocks, uh, open portals, right, where they summon things that are out there also. Portals where they summon something, and sometimes those things stay in the area because the portal was never closed. So there could be things of what they summon something going in and out of the portal. You got cults out there, right? Let me see. I might have one more before we go. Let me see. I got a photo here. I might have a photo of something that I have here on my phone that I might share with y'all before we go. We still got 5 minutes. Yeah, I got one more photo I want to share with y'all. Let me work on it, and y'all tell me what you think this is. One more photo. One more photo, and we can call it a night. Here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Let me get this photo. Uh, Gonna get a close up of it. one more screenshot off of it so I can get a close up of. I see something there. We're going to find out in a moment. Alrighty, let me share these photos before the time goes out here. Okay, here we go. Let me share this photo with y'all. One for the road here. Here we go. Here's the photo. Let me put it on the big screen here. Oh, see if I can make it any bigger. There you go. There's the photo. I see something there, brother and sisters. I see something there right off the bat in the wood line. This is the original picture that I'm sharing with y'all, and I'm going to do a close up of it. So here we go. Let's do a close up of it. A little bit closer. Seems like some kind of activity here. There's something here in this area. I just want to see what y'all think it might be. Something here. I don't know if y'all can see that. Yeah. Yes, it does, Sister Edna Wilson. And I will do a closer up of it, but y'all can see it. It's right there. Looking. I believe that could possibly be the Shapeshifter Skinwalker because of the yellow in the eyes. Possible Shapeshifter Skinwalker. Yes, so I'm going to do a close-up of it. There we go. There it is right there, brothers and sisters. Yellow eyes. Those yellow eyes, it reminds me of the degen that I witnessed out there. And it reminds me also of the Shapeshifter Skinwalker that I encountered in Elms Grove. And I think I have a picture of what seemed to be a manifestation of the Shapeshifter Skinwalker in the form of what seems to be a werewolf with the yellow eyes also. I'll share it next time on I was trying to share for Werewolf Wednesday. The picture, I think I might have it there. I'll have to look for it. But yeah, the yellow eyes. That's what stands out the most with his Shapeshifter Skinwalkers. They can manifest into anything. That's why they're dangerous, because they can blend in with the environment and they can mimic voices. They can mimic a voice of a kid asking for help or a woman yelling for help. and they can blend in within the environment. Yes. The yellow eyes is what stands out the most to me, when it comes to the shifter skinwalkers and the degen, is the yellow eyes. I've seen where some have red eyes, and then I've seen some that have white eyes also. Yeah, I didn't know when to share this photo, but I had it on me. I said, let me share it to the viewers so they can see what's there. Whoever has the eye to see, to be able to see spiritually. When I share the stories, I just don't want to share a story with you. I want you to see what's there. I just don't want to share a story with you. I want to gather evidence, pictures, short reels to show you of what's out there, so you can understand why I talk about always maintaining a heavenly love foundation, because that's what we need to be able to overcome things like this. Place Jesus Christ first. And I do have other photos that I still got to debunk. This is from the latest video that me and my brother did. We could hear all kinds of stuff around us. And I want to say thank you to everybody that's tuned in tonight. Maybe some people left because of the short reels that I was sharing, but that's okay. We're finishing this live out with a bang, with this picture. If y'all want to take a screenshot of it, you're more than welcome. Do you want to see the full picture or the close-up of it? Here's a full picture. And that by itself stands out pretty big. There could be a possible a dark shadow figure right beside it also, which is right here, because it looks like a dark shadow figure beside it. So there's two, this one and this one. Let's see. Get this one here. Then it looks like a dark shadow figure here with the white eyes. But this is the one I wanted y'all to see, but this could be possible because it's as dark as it is. But yeah, this is the one I was trying to show y'all. There it is. Happy New Year, Joel. Yeah, it's a skinwalker. They're out there. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Skinwalker, and you're right, Sister Linda Webb. The Degen also could be one, because how could that be if the Degen exists overseas, right, in the Muslim world? Well, it could be a Degen also because our soldiers or troops from Fort Hood, which is 30 minutes away, and some of the soldiers even live in Temple, all of Central Texas. They go to guard the borders over there and stuff like that. So it's possible that there could be Degen attachments on some of our troops. So the Degen, escapes and runs havoc, runs loose. Degen, Shifter Skinwalkers, the yellow eyes is what stands out the most. The full picture? Okay. Here's a full picture. There we go, folks. I think I might have another picture, but I might save that one. I need to work on it. You know, I'm pretty good at working at the pictures on site. You know, as we're talking, I would work on the picture, share it with y'all. You know, make it. You know, gotta beef beef it up. You know, beef it up with the evidence. You know, but it's saying that, brothers, sisters, I'm going to call it a night. I want to thank you. I think did I even have a guest on tonight? Was just the Abe show tonight? Just me talking? I don't know. We had brother Dick Richards at the beginning of the show share the story of the UFO coming out of the water and stuff. Yeah, they're all over that location: Afghanistan, Bosnia, the Djinn, and of course Saudi Arabia. The Djinn is out there. How you doing, Andres? But in saying that, I hope y'all enjoyed tonight's show. Thank you, everybody that tuned in. God bless y'all. Hit the like button on the way out. Um, Thinking I am going to debunk the video even more. The one with the Banshee and the one where I had the Selenite sword. There was too much movement around me that I need to lower down the speed to see what's moving around me. But in saying that, thank you all. God bless you. This is Brother Apesius, Sarcius, signing off from Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Everybody have a good morning and a blessed day.